Oh, Bruships. Oh, Bruships. Oh, Bruships, oh, Bruships, oh, Bruships, oh, Bruships. Bruships. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. I was feeling a little classical today. So let's see. Make sure that's on live chat and all that's up. Hello, John Shea. Hello, Calvin Gusbeck. Hello, Peter Dawson. Hello, DGB40. Hello, Timmy Locker. Hello, Rick Basava. Hello, Jonathan Barrett. Hello, Tasha Vishal. I'm 35 Edwards. Bob Fry. Hello, and welcome to a supporter. Hello. Thank you for being here. Hello, Calvin Gusbeck. Hello, Wayne Borean. Everyone got questions ready? Yes, I'm sure you have. This is why I've only got... I've started taking the policy of I have 6 books for Bruships. That's what I have. I have 6 books, because if I have more than that, I will never get through them because of the questions, which is good. I like the questions. I like the interactive. As I said before, lives are very much, for me, seminars of the video sphere. They are supposed to be about questions, about chatting, about interaction. I always worry when my colleagues say, oh, I don't like seminars. I go, so you basically don't like having a conversation with your students? I go, oh, okay, fine. But, you know, it's a lot more fun to have a conversation. A lecture is fine. It's necessary. It's the quickest way for getting information from you to the piece of paper in front of the students. But, yeah, it's not really my favourite of activities. My batch, that was at 8%. Hello, Dan Freeman. Wayne, Wayne, I have to review my questions and decide incredibly. Don't. Enjoy your questions. There is no such thing as a dumb question. Well, that's what I always tell my revision classes. There's no such thing as a dumb question. Hello, Jennifer Wicker. Hello, Desert Foxer. Hello, Grace Husky. Hello, Jay Off. And hello, Colin Cameron. And hello, Whiskey. And hello, everyone. I will add one thing. People have been asking me, and I have managed to get it to go live after figuring it out, which was actually... I was overthinking PayPal. Let's leave it to that side. I was overthinking PayPal. I forgot that they were, of course, set up by Musk, and thankfully, in those days, he was definitely a adherent of the KISS school. Keep it simple. Silly, considering who's watching this channel today. Keep it simple, silly. That's what Musk would say. Keep it silly. Keep it simple, silly. And so yes, I have got that active. I've set it at about 1200, but but I basically I just picked a figure. I wasn't going to put by any means the full amount, and especially as I've got a little bit, not everything from the funders, but they very kindly have given me an amount, so I've upped it and worked it out. So basically there's up to a third for donations, a third of the cost from that, and a third from me. Because I'm budgeting in also the likelihood of me buying a lot of books and needing to ship them back. So if people thinking that's going to be an awful lot of money for the trip and it's going to be expensive, just remember, I will be book shopping in 3 cities: Hamilton, Toronto, and Halifax on the way. This is included in my budgeting. Hello, Thomas Howarth. Oh, both right. I'm reading Trolls, Battles, and Darings. I'm glad you're reading, and I hope you enjoy it. My brain is converting the words to Dr. Clarke's voice and cadence. And then there's the odd verse for Ryan Brew. Yeah, that definitely does come through. Where are the fluffy swordfish and fluffy gladiator? They are both inside at the moment. It's kind of interesting because I have one dog who doesn't like to go for walks in the rain. Well, let's put it this way: when he goes for a walk in the rain, he complains. And I have another dog who, when he goes for a walk in high winds, decides that he needs to be carried because the winds are scary. So I have to sort of work out my walking at the moment with the current storm making its progress around, across the UK based on when it's windy and when it's raining. When it's windy, one of the dogs goes for a walk. When it's rainy, the other dog goes for a walk. When it's windy and rainy, neither dog goes for a walk. So it's caused some interesting walking time. Well, yes. This is where today's title comes from, because this is the book number 1. And it is an absolutely gorgeous book. And the more I read it, the more I think it's really worth reading. And of course, the wonderful Anthony Coland, who did my book front cover, did David's. And I will say that David's is wonderful. I still think the one he did for me is better. I just think they're just gorgeous. And I like the seagulls. But this one is very, very cool. But this one is gorgeous. But this one is really, really cool. So, yeah. I'm sure there's no bias entering into that decision or that description at all. No bias at all. This folks, have you ever started writing then realizing you're writing the wrong language? Interestingly enough, I spent the whole day tracking down and trying to explain the Latin, Latin mottos of various Royal Navy ships, and I started off writing it, and I found myself writing in Latin. So that has happened, but usually I just stick to English. Hello, Lion Top. Hello, Bug Guy 8329. Absolutely. No, he won't be book shopping. He needs to save up and buy HMCS Hyder. I never said I was going to buy Hyder. That there is a reason I'm saying me and Drac are posting details of when we're going to be there. If people turn up and we spontaneously have a crew to bring her to the UK or take her out for an Atlantic voyage and just do a few acts of random piracy on various German and Japanese flag ships just because we get in the World War II spirit, just the spirit of Vian overcomes us or something. Life happens. Tim, look, there is unfamiliar looking bridge on the other book cover. There is. Yeah, he put in a railway bridge for me as well. For some reason, he looked at my YouTube channel and decided I'd like a railway bridge in that. Oswalski would have been the biggest fluff being a better commander of the battle cruisers during Jutland and BT. Let's see. Well, considering my big fluff, the fluffy research assistant is called Raleigh, and his name is Sir Walter Raleigh. I think Sir Walter Raleigh certainly would have been a better commander of the battle cruisers at Jutland than Beatty, mainly because Raleigh was actually quite good at working out and following instructions and passing on their stuff to his boss. Drake less so, Raleigh better. So can I get a signed copy of the book when I'm not in the UK? Yes, the signatures have gone off to the signatures I have posted. I think I posted them yesterday. I put them in the post box yesterday. That are going back to the lovely people at Pen and Sword, who are then going to be sending them on to the people at World of Warships, who I think are going to be doing competition with them. I think. I don't know. There's all sorts of things going on with them, and I think Pen and Sword are going to be selling a few as well. And I'm planning on sending out a few to a few people. I've got when I next get my next batch, I've got a list of names that are going to go out to people. We'll hide and make it up the Ottawa River. We will try our best. Hi, Stafford. A few bill will be extortionate, Dan, but you know we'll make it back with. I put this politely. Well, you know, with whatever money we make from the ships we capture. Box, is there any relation between HMS Tiger and IJN Kongu? They seem to be very similar. There is some relation, but it's kind of like between the tribal class and the Groms. They are built at a similar time with similar ideas in mind. They look similar, but they're actually quite different in some of the internal ways. Brad Pitter. Raleigh was also good at managing up. He kept his head attached longer than you would guess, making him an excellent future Sea Lord. Yes, he would have been better. Oswalski, perhaps a cat would be a better choice than a poodle? No. My poodle's gorgeous. And very, very cool. Hello, Oswalski. I'm not. I wouldn't say Tiger was based on the design of Kongu, and I am. This is in full knowledge that the video, which was supposed to go up on Friday, didn't go up because YouTube didn't like it in that format. So I had to take it down, do a little bit tweaking around with it, and is going up on Wednesday. It's going live at 6 o'clock on Wednesday. And it's part 2 of that series of Tiger is going up on Friday, because usually the UAD videos go up on a Friday. And I've got that UAD video, and I've got another UAD functioned in for the following Friday. So you've got UAD videos coming out Wednesday, Friday, and Friday. So what was the biggest gun ever put on destroyer? If are we talking about today, or are we talking about for that sort of period? Because technically the Zumwalts are called destroyers. Technically, they are called destroyers. They're 14,000 tons, but they're technically called a destroyer. There are basically there's the 8-inch gun, I think, on the Zumwalts. Is that an 8-inch? It is an 8-inch, I think. But there were lots of people who tried 5.9-inch because you weren't allowed 6-inch guns for a destroyer, so they would go with 5.9-inch. And there were a few who did that. Not really sure about them as a concept myself. I think when you're dealing with a ship the size of a destroyer in World War II, I think honestly, if you're going for a larger gun than a 5-inch, you've got to have a good reason for it. A good reason. Team Looker, a 305mm. I don't think there is a 12-inch gun in service on a destroyer. I think it's an 8-inch. If there is a 12-inch service, a guy in service on the destroyer somewhere, that'd be highly interesting. But I don't think anyone's ever tried to fit a 12-inch on that. Tim Richards, are we having a Q&A live stream about the Tiger? We could do that today. Honestly, I've got all the stuff sitting here. That's the thing. I've got the stuff. If people ask me enough questions about tigers, I will probably end up putting up pictures of Tiger. But no, the videos which are going up, as I said, the video which will go up in not next Friday, but the Friday after that, is inspired by some of the questions I've had back from the sisters videos, because they've had a huge number of comments, and I really like getting the comments. The sisters has got one of them, I think it's already on nearly 50 comments, which, considering it went up yesterday for my channel, is very, very good. And reading through them and having discussions, and even having discussions with Dan Freeman via WhatsApp, has led to a whole lot of discussions about, well, you know, the Royal Navy, yeah, it has 4 13.5-inch battleships it gives up to get Nelson and Rodney. What happens if they manage to give up more than 4? If they give up 8 battleships and HMS Tiger to get a class of Nelson and Rodneys? Well, you end up with some interesting results. Representative Doug Clarke. Are modern designers of warships dedicated students of naval history? As I would think they go hand in hand. Some are, some aren't. There's always a diversity, but some are certainly. Coming 5.9 is actually 150 centimeters, where 15 centimeters or 150 millimeters. 6 inches, 152. Germans use metric. Yes, and the French use 155 millimeters, which is why it's 6.1. Is usually the limit. That should do very well. There is a book written by Captain Pelly of the Tiger. I saw it as a kid in the library. Yeah, it's a good book. There's Fox. How much influence did Tiger have over Hood's design, and what do you think she should have done differently with oil-fired engines like the QEs? I think with the QE, with oil-fired engines like the QEs, if she'd gone for full coal, I think you would have been talking of her as a 32 knot ship. Honestly. And I think that would have made things interesting. Principally because then there is a very big trouble when you get to the point at which they decide to give her up versus keeping an R class, because you're saying, right, then I'm going to give up my 13.5-inch battle cruiser that can do 30-odd plus knots, 32 plus knots, for an R class battleship. And especially if you're working on the KGVs as is, then you're probably going to go, well, hang on, if I'm going to be building 14-inch guns anyway, I could upgrade these. I could take the twin turret design from the King George V's and stick 4 of them on Tiger, and then I have 8 14-inch guns. Yes, that's not as basically that's not a perfect conversion, but with modernized engines and those guns, then I've got a very useful ship. Because Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, they wouldn't like to mess with that. Not particularly. They could still have better armor than it, but they're fast battleships, whereas she's a battlecruiser. However, more importantly, hello, we have another fast ship that's very useful going around the South Atlantic going, hello, Mr. Grafspate, would you mind holding up a second? Or rather, just, don't worry, I'm coming to you, I'm faster than you are. It's an interesting debate. How much influence did Tiger have over Hood's design? If on Hood's design, not enough. Honestly, Hood is the epitome of battlecruiser design, but she is designed as a battlecruiser, and you will see it when the UAD videos come out. I would argue Tiger is designed for a period as something slightly different. Well, Tiger's not that much smaller than Renown, so Rocket Israeli. What would a Congo-style rebuild Tiger look like? Miniature Renown? Probably 14-inch guns and probably a bit like Renown. Probably either between 3 and 4 twin 4.5-inch guns either side, dual purpose, replacing her 6-inch. Team Locker, when are you going to do a video about the Congo class battle cruisers? They're originally British design. I'm going to do a video about them sometimes, but the trouble is, I keep getting delayed by other questions coming up and answering them, and then it's like all those long-term projects. It's something I want to do, but it's getting round to doing it. It might be that series comes out when I'm in Canada in June, because the thing is, if I'm in Canada, well, hey, but also I have a reality then in that I am going to be away for probably about a week or so, traveling and sections, and I might, instead of the lives, schedule, well, instead of the, this is going to sound strange, I will try and keep the Bruships live if I can, because I know how you'll like that. I'm not sure how we'll do that timing-wise, but I'll try and figure it out and where I'll be doing it from. This makes the selection of hotels rather interesting. But if I'm, but what I will probably have a special series like I've done before when I've been on trips of a long patrol series coming out to cover it. Now, it's rather interesting if we go into this quickly when we talk about the designs, because you have to remember, to get the two, the RM was allowed to have an agreed aim for total tonnage of 558,950 tons, which actually allows technically 6. So it's between 5 and 6 ships, and it, as I will get into in the video, if you're getting 6 ships or 5 ships rather than 2 ships, then your design practices change. Because if I'm only getting 2, I have to make those as survivable as possible. If I'm getting 6, then I might choose them to be a little bit faster and perhaps a little less heavily armored, so I can put the speed in them, because that will give me more flexibility from those particular ships. It's an interesting paradigm. Dr. Clarke, you need to do a live from Hydra with the Epic. Again, if we can, considering me and Drac will be there together, we will probably try and do that. How we would do a live from Hydra, I do not know. That would require probably significant money to work it out, and the cooperation of the lovely people who I've already been in chat with. I've been chatting with the people who are on Hydra. I've sent an email to the people at McMaster University, because one of the things that the funders who are kindly giving us money said, well, could you please, when you're in there, do a public talk? And I sort of went, well, I'll try and arrange it, but I'm not going to invite myself an order university to do it. I've sent a message to McMaster, and I've sent a message to Hydra, and I'll see if either of them suggest it. If they do, then that's sorted. If they don't, then I will go about trying to figure out a venue and things myself. But they are sort of, McMaster are, I'm hopeful with. I'm seeing what basically I am not saying anything's confirmed until it's confirmed. Always my policy. This is Fox said, the Canadians honestly decided to build 2 Tigers of their own in British Yellow 4-1. These ships are not lost during World War II. How do you see them impacting the treaties and that they give them up? If they're not lost in World War I, so they're used and they're available, then if they're not, basically let's put it this way, the Australians do not like giving up Australia. But honestly, she's not really up to fighting a Congo. A Tiger, though, could probably duke it out of a Congo and could be upgraded to duke it out of a Congo. So that's a different problem. And then you have the British returning. I think you possibly see a scenario where the Americans don't get their way of combining all the powers, and that possibly the a third rung is set up below because they have America, Britain, Japan is second rung, then France, Italy as a third rung. So a fourth rung, which they might actually add in Germany and possibly even Russia, get Russia into. It could be interesting to see, but which would have Australia and Canada in, and they'd be allowed 2 capital ships and da 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 this. It would be interesting to try and see them give up, make them give up. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Dr. C. What are the 3 to 5 most common abuses of hindsight that both common people and historians use these days, even after World War I, e.g., IJN building a motor in a carrier war, US battleships leaving Taffy free? The most common things I see when it's a case of hindsight, and I'm discussing this with historians or everyone, is that the idea that because something happened one way, it was always going to happen that way, and therefore anyone's conceptions of it happening a different way must be wrong. And my policy is always, well, is it? It's, it's like this lovely picture, right? Okay, this is from John Jordan's book. It's been going around my Discord like wildfire. Thank you to the kind people who've posted me discussing with it. And it's a very interesting picture because it shows the potentiality. They upgraded all the engines, so they kept them the same. They took away one boiler room and they converted it to a central store. But if they wanted to have a 28 knot Queen Elizabeth class, all they needed to do would be leave that as a boiler room and add in another 2 free drum Admiralty boilers. And then they'd have to get the weight they were saving, they were using for other things from elsewhere. So it's a decision. It's not a we have to. It's not a this is the only option. It's a decision made. So it's not predetermined. It's determined by the factors they're looking at and the considerations they're making. It's worthwhile thinking about. Dan Freeman, I see the 6 being done as 2 tranches, batches of 3 each. I think possibly they'd be ordered as pairs. If you got 6, I think they'd be ordered as pairs. I think you'd have them ordering 2 1 year, wait a year, order another 2, wait a year, order another 2. I haven't managed to watch Greyhound yet, Albazaski. Sadly enough, I haven't. Keep trying to, but I haven't managed to get there. G.J. Hammond, Wikipedia mentions the Russian destroyer Engels as being fitted with a 12-inch recoilless gun in 1934. A 12-inch recoilless gun on Engels? Were they trying to kill their own ship? I will do some research. I'm not going to go look through the Wikipedia article because I could go down a rabbit hole live on air, but I will go have a look at that, GD. I will do. After this is over. Bud Guy, did non-built HMS Agincourt turn into HMS Hood? No. Sadly enough, no. I think you might have seen a better Hood then, because you would have seen a fast battleship Hood rather than a battlecruiser Hood. That's your 2 Vachel. Biggest problem with hindsight is Werebrews. Honestly, there's all of them. I get accused of being a T-boo quite honestly often. I go, I'm really not. And usually it's not the times when I actually feel like I'm being close to a T-boo, but there are, it's usually the times when I'm saying things like, okay, well, the Americans do it one way, the British do it another way, and they're both right. Because they're both doing it the ways which suit them. And then people go, oh, you're being a T-boo. I'm sort of going, no. The British and the Americans have different strategic situations, which means they have to come up with sometimes similar but often different in subtle ways, solutions to the same problems because of their different scenarios. The Americans do not have to defend and operate in the North Atlantic, South Atlantic, Indian Ocean, Mediterranean, Pacific. The Americans can choose to whether they operate in some of these oceans, but the British have to operate in these oceans. The Americans have to operate in the Atlantic. They have to operate in the Pacific. But the other areas, they are choosing to operate on them. And that's something they do during World War II. In the interwar years, they aren't planning for that. But the Royal Navy is having to plan for that, and that produces a very different solution to problems. Because it's a case of, ouch! Yes, our fleet is divisible by one, but that one is the whole planet. The American fleet is divisible by two, but that's oceans. So, what do you think HMS Leopard would look like? A Super Tiger? A mini hood? Probably a Tiger with 15-inch guns. Steve Richards, give Tiger new small tube boilers. What speed could you get up to in your view, dog? Probably 30 plus knots. Possibly 30, probably 30 plus knots. It's a case of she's all fire, she's 30 plus knots. If you give us small tube boilers, it depends. Do you do a maintain the same level of speed, power and pressure as you did with Warspite, or do you use that space and add in the extra ones? Because if you add in the extra ones, she's probably going faster. Tibu is a British military fanboy. Yes. Well, considering I'm Scottish and Cornish with a very English accent, I'd go for British superior force, basically. Tibu. So how did switching to paired turbines, high pressure, low pressure, work in unit, affect Warspite? Is this tandem more effective than having separate high pressure, low power turbines? It did make it more effective. It also makes it far more energy efficient because the low pressure turbines, low power turbines can be run on a lower setting and still get enough steam so they can give you your cruising speed. And the high pressure ones can give you your top speed. What's the most annoying naval myth in pop culture for you that's not wearable junk? Ooh. That's a good question. What's the most annoying one? I'd say the most annoying one I get is people forgetting Admiral Duncan. But that's a forgetful, not a myth. That's not a myth. And the 11-inch guns are very good, but that's mostly as a wereaboo myth. Very swordfish. The amount of times I have people tell me, "Oh, it's World War One junk," and I sit there and look at them and go, "You are just looking at a picture of a plane and going, it's a biplane, so it must be World War One." Lots of people were using biplanes in the late 1930s. Lots of people had biplanes. Some people were still using biplanes into World War II in the 1940s, even if they weren't in war. And most nations, in fact, had some biplanes in their service. They did. They were useful. They were viable and have been around for a while and were proven. It happens. That should do for shell. How about the shell down the funnel myth about loss of hood? Well, yeah, that was a funny one. But honestly, that's when people forget just how small relative to the size of deck, space of deck a funnel is. But Also, the arc it would have to be, and if it was off just by an inch, it would end up blowing itself out of the funnel. The thing is, that usually comes, though, from people who look at dive bombers, which did actually sometimes get that lucky. But they forget a dive bomber is coming straight down, theoretically aiming, whereas your shell, especially your plunging shell, is going up and coming down. So it's kind of like a, oh, did that happen? Woohoo! Just realised I haven't opened any Iron Brew yet today. Cameron, the government hires you as an advisor and they want to build 2 new dry docks, a third bigger than Rosyth for expansion and redundancy. Highly unlikely, no. Where should they build? Portsmouth. Yeah, because we've already scouted out the area, we could build that one. And again, that will give Navy a Navy one, which they could go and use. And this could get me into trouble with my Scottish family members, probably Camel Lairds, because of Scotland keep threatening to go in the, well, the SNP keep threatening to go independent, because if I've got to make the hard decision of investing in infrastructure, then the British we're going to be dependent on it organically. Then I've got to think about these yards take a while to build. They're got to be used for the next 50 to 60 years. In the end, it's probably better to go with Camel Lairds, which would be helpful also to Camel Lairds as one of our premier, especially if we build it in addition to the existing dry dock facilities they have there. If we manage to build one, probably if I was going to build it at Camel Lairds, I'd actually build it in the river. I'd build it in the Mersey. In that, I would use one side of it would be an artificial island, and I basically would sort of build it out into the Mersey, and I'd make it a double-ended one that could be opened up. That could be opened up either end, so ships could just come and be brought in and brought out. Raining away happily now. That only the USN was fighting the Japanese. That annoys me, but it's more a case of it annoys me on behalf of the Australians who and the Royal Navy, but to be fair, mostly on the Australians, because they are putting so much effort into it, and no one uses the Matilda tanks better than the Australians. They really do rock them. This is offer. Do you know if my home, the Isle of Man, did anything for the RN and RAF Coastal Command World Wars? I don't think we had any years. You didn't have any. I don't think Isle of Man had any yards, but I know you did a lot of work in that. A lot of Isle of Man people were involved in the war effort. I have a book somewhere which has all the famous captains of the Royal Navy from World War II in it. I think it's up in my bedroom, and it's currently pouring rain, so I'm not running out to get it. And I think in there it has a section of Isle of Man captains, and for for the population size of the Isle of Man, the only greater density of captains than that come from any part of the UK come from Cornwall than the Isle of Man in terms of population density to number of captains produced. Sim Richards, if that gives Tiger KGV double turrets, have you got to rejig the Barbet ring or tweak the turret? Not by much. You have to do something. It's not going to be an identical match, but you have to remember these are 13.5-inch guns versus a 14-inch gun. The similarity, there is enough. They are close enough. It's not going to be a massive amount of work. Hello, Strider. I've met you. Thanks to Jamie, I have met a fair number of Australian wildlife. Honestly, yeah, no. Sim Richard, has anyone ever tried to design a ship with a single 16-inch gun turret? I don't think anyone's gone with that gone that far. Mostly because it really does. Single turrets. This is going to sound terrible, but once you get out of the pre-dreadnought period, single turrets in World War One and in World War Two, especially, are a bit for large ships. Are a bit sort of case of why are you bothering? A double turret doesn't take up that much more space or that much more complexity, and it means if a gun goes down, you still got the other gun. General Murray, modified G3 like Nelson, all forward guns, good design or bad? I'm gonna hold that on what I. You're gonna see what I put together in terms of my design not on Friday the 4th of March. You can all start thinking about what your designs would be before then. You're more than welcome to, but basically Friday the 4th of March, you will see my design and what I've put together, and it's rather cute. I like it anyway. I suppose I could get and try and see if it works live, but I've never done UAD live, and I'm a bit worried about the idea of doing it now. Dan Freeman, so is there a correlation between weird cats and producing large numbers of RN captives per head of population? I'm going to say it's the density of the shoreline. The amount of shore and sea per population. Alright, I want to know something funny. And not only do I use Drac as something to doze off to, starting to listen to your longer vids too. Oh well, glad that helped. This boxer, why did HMS Tiger and Hood have the rear two turrets so far apart? It's to do with the spacing of. Oh, this is going to sound terrible. Of the shafts, actually. It's to do with the shaft design. So, by having the boilers where you do, you can have your outer turbines and then your inner turbines around this turret. So pretty much you've got the boilers pretty much underneath the funnels. Pretty much. Not 100%, but pretty much under the funnels. And you've kind of got turbines in this area. So you have the turbines going out for the two central shafts underneath this one. And yeah, that's how you do it. It's to do with turbine spacing and the boiler spacing. It's fun, really. What would you like? 5 design-wise or 5 R-class battleships? Give me 8 renowns. I'm not joking. Sometimes I look at the R-class battleships, and I do think that they are good ships. And in World War One, they are seriously needed. You need the R-class battleships. But by World War Two, you need the renowns more than you need the R-class battleships because of the speed they give. Single monitor, a 16-inch, maybe monitor, probably. See, Wayne Boren, I just had a thought. The Iron becomes aware the Yamato class are really big, but not how much so. So they not how much. So they redesigned the KGVs to have 4 quad 14-inch turrets and 30 knots. What do you think? I think that would be a very, very scary thing. And the reason I say this is because who was it was posting the other day? Was it Engaging Strategy or Matt? Let me check. Bill Trump's on Twitter. I sent it through to them, so it's somewhere on here. Density of guns. Can I find that chart? I'm sure I sent it through to them. No, I can't find it there. Sorry, it's just taking me a second to find it. Let's see, can we find it? It is. There's some very good tables. A friend of mine put this out. I'm thinking it's Engaging Strategy. Either him or Matt Warwick will usually put this stuff out. And they produce very good quality things. Oh, is it there? Is it there? Come on, a huge thread you produced on 40 on the guns, which showed the difference between them. No. Ah, there it is. It's Matt Warwick has produced it. So let's find this out. Right then. Now, so what I'm going to be showing is stuff which Matt Warwick has put up. So please credit him. Okay, so I'm going to quickly get that out and add source. Go to desktop. This is courtesy of Matt Warwick, and this is what you can put together. Think about. Now, he put up a great thing, and it is really, really cool on his Twitter feed, and I will put a link to that down below on his link to the thread, because it was a really cool thread he put together. Comparison of battleship guns, he called it. Anyway, so Matt is probably the best young battleship expert we have when it comes to being a naval historian at the moment. And as you can see, bursting charge weight delivered to the target in 10 minutes. 8 times 14-inch is a little over 150. So for 16, that would be a little over 320. That's a lot heading out there. That is a lot heading out there. Might be slightly less than that, but either way, if I've got 16, 14-inch guns as my option, then, and I've got radar guided gunnery control, then Yamato has got very thick armor, but I'm going to be getting a lot of hits. It's the case of, it's the 6-inch gun versus the 8-inch gun for the cruisers. If you hit me, I'm in trouble. But the odds of you hitting me are lower than the odds of me hitting you, considering the amount of shells I'm pumping out versus you. However, you will notice that the 12-16 is the better option, because the 12-16 is much bigger than even the 16-14. So the sweet spot would be a Super Lion with 12-16. And yeah, thank you, Matt. So Matt Warwick, the link to the thread is down below. An absolutely mahoosive thread, all sorts of things discussed in it. It's really worth going and reading. And yeah, he's done a massive thing. It's really worth going and reading and looking at. And link to this specific option is also down there, so you can find both. Hello, Melon 640. Not a wolf. What do you think of density? Think of Russia, Ukraine, and post Paralympics? Have been on my mind lately. I think Russia is going to keep ramping up the tension for a little while. I think we're going to see a lot more stuff going from Russia, because the trouble is, for Putin, the longer he waits, the more the balance of forces in terms of numbers go in his favor, because the Ukrainian forces aren't getting any larger, whereas he's able to deploy a lot more troops. And yes, it costs money, but he's deploying troops internally, so frankly, he'd be spending that money on them anyway. But what it also means is the longer it goes on, he sees what he's going to get from the other sides, but it's also a case of there's a certain point at which he goes on too long, and because he hasn't done anything, he's going to look silly. But there's also the point that the longer he goes on, the more information he can gather about what the Ukrainians have done, the more he can build up his own forces, and he can make sure of it. Because the trouble is, it's now reached the point where he can't do a smash and grab. He's done too much. So when he goes in, he has to go in hard. And he has to try and go for it all. And he's going to want to make sure he's going to do that, because he's not the type who gambles. He gambles, but not in that way. He gambles on the world's reactions. He doesn't gamble on the results of the operations. First, are you looking for the weight of the explosive and bursting charges per broadside? To be honest, I am, to an extent, looking at it from the perspective of Matt Warwick's work, and this is one of the things he's done. It just allows you to point out what the likelihood of hits are, etc. He's got some great graphics, and that's what I'm using. He's got data tables up there. He's got all the things you could possibly get, and the options. And he goes through and discusses the various differences between them. He's also got a broadside weight. And he's got one of the most interesting things he's done, and I will put this one up there, is the megajoules one. That's, of course, the kinetic energy impact. And this is the one which I find the most cool of the ones he's done. And honestly, I'm going to try and get him to give me permission to nick this shamelessly for a future book. Because it is well, this idea is of a good one. I might put different data in, but it's a good one. I was thinking more from the point of view of doing it for cruisers. I'll have to credit him for it. But once you look at the kinetic energy and explosive energy delivered to target in 10 minutes at 20,000 yards, assuming a 5% hit rate and the firing of 1 round per minute. North Carolinas are doing good. Littorio, Rickalus, and King George V's are fairly similar. Bismarck. You want, the thing is, inefficiency. There you go. You want to show the design's inefficiency. This is where it is. But doesn't make me a fan of the 14-inch gun. I still don't like the 14-inch gun. I still think they should have gone for the 15 or 16-inch gun. 15-inch preferably. And did he see 16, 14-inch guns? Yes. Guys, maybe moving X turret closer to Y in the stern and use the place between Y and Y funnels for flak farm? Probably not. Not on the King. You wouldn't muck around Tiger that much. You wouldn't move turrets around. Moving turrets around is a major piece of structural work. It's basically rebuilding the whole ship. Tashi Rochelle, who would you say was the best designer? Tennyson, Danicourt, or Goodall? The Royal Navy has a abundance of riches, but I think Goodall doesn't get the affection he deserves because he designs aircraft carriers and things, and they don't get as much written about them as the design of battleships. So I would go Goodall. I like Goodall. I like what he says. I like the way he argues in the Institute of Naval Architects. I like the way he interacts with his peers. I like the way he works with the various admirals he works with. I think Goodall's the better designer for the Royal Navy, but it's not by much. Tennyson is good. Tennyson and Danicourt is good. I'm boring. I've just been Siamese. No movement allowed for next hour. No. See, Richards, was Tiger storing ammo in the turrets of the Battle of Jutland? Not for long. Probably have some. This is another thing you have to point out. You might have the turret storing ammo, but they're not going to be storing it for long because usually they're storing it so they can get the first few shots off, and then they're waiting for the shots to cycle off because they can fire faster. The reason this is usually the case is because they can actually fire faster than the system can cycle, but eventually they run out of that ammunition, and they just are depending on the cycle rate. So even if they have it at the beginning, they won't have it within a very short amount of time. Hey, Jack Ray. Yeah, say, the only space available for shell storage impose a greater volumetric than weight constraint on vessel design. To an extent, they do. But 14 inches isn't that much different to 13.5 inch in terms of the shell storage. So, yes, it would affect it to an extent, but not massively so. There's also a serious Russian flotilla in Syria. There are two serious Russian flotillas at sea around. Both are formed around a cruiser, a destroyer, and a frigate. There's also a corvette, a couple of corvettes wandering around, and a couple of submarines. Bismarck's mythos of being a great battleship is propaganda from sinking Hood, and the RN not wanting to be embarrassed. You always talk up the opponent, but sunk you. To an extent, yes. If you're reading off paper, honestly, the King George V class battleship and Hood together should have been enough to sink Bismarck. Should have been a 2-to-1 superiority. 8 15-inch guns versus 8 15-inch guns plus 10 14-inch guns. It should have been 18 guns to 8, and it should have been overwhelming bang, bang, bang. But it wasn't. Assuming that's 1 round per RPM gun, I wonder why it didn't go closer to 2 rounds per gun. Wouldn't that be closer to what you get in World War II, distant trained crews, as opposed to ours later in life? It's what you get certainly from some ships in World War II, but not all ships were crewed equally, so he's basically put them all to the same standard of 1 round per minute. The trouble is, the moment you... These are definitely at 2 rounds per minute. Definitely 2 rounds per minute. Odds are 2 rounds per minute. Scenario. In 1900, the RN discovers a technology that allows to build a button that opens a portal to a magical dock that fits every ship. This button has to be mounted on land. This yard can be used for repair, maintenance, refit, and fitting out. The material is magically on the dockside, and it always takes 1 week for the ship to come back. One button can be used as many times as you want for as many ships as you want at the same time. How does it change RN ship design and basing? Well, if how many buttons can they build? Because if they can build more than one button, then there's a button being set up in the UK, a button being set up probably in Gibraltar, and a button being set up possibly in the Bahamas, and a button being set up in Singapore, and a button being set up in Trincomalee, and you're going to watch the world's largest fleet take form. You don't think the Bismarck's crew are trained enough to get to 2 rounds per minute? I think the Bismarck's crew started off with people who could get to 2 rounds a minute. I don't think the Bismarck's crew had enough depth of personnel to be able to maintain 2 rounds per minute for a long fight, a long battle. So, Richard, what's the idea behind turtleback armor, Doc? Well, it's rather one of those interesting things, turtleback armor. It really is. Turtleback armor is basically the idea that you stop anything getting down to something nasty. So, the idea, and can I find a decent picture for it? Turtleback armor, I want a picture. I want a decent picture of it because I need to discuss it. I want to discuss it. Let's see. Let's see. Can I use this? Can I get it? Right. Turtleback armor is one of those interesting things, and please don't try clicking on this because it won't work. What general ship's armor scheme do you prefer? Well, the idea of Turtleback is that ain't nothing going down below into those spaces, so you're most likely to get hit above the waterline, and you could get plunging fire. Either way, your Turtleback keeps your machinery spaces, your engine spaces, and your magazines safe. That's what it's supposed to do. So your ship can keep moving, and your ship isn't going to blow up. So that's the idea behind Turtleback armor. It protects the things which are most necessary to keep your ship going. The rest, it's problematic. It's not nice. You prefer it not to get hit, but in the end, it's the stuff which you need to do the big shippy stuff, not the stuff you need to do the basic shippy stuff, which is all below the Turtleback. So basically, it's a form of protection. That is, keep the ship going protection rather than keep the ship fighting protection necessarily. They can build 1,000 buttons. And the button is really small. The whole thing is 10 by 10 by 10 inch. Oh, good lord. In which case, the Royal Navy probably has them in every single port they own. Lord help the world. That would reduce the cost of maintenance and repair quite dramatically. Knights of Caron. As I watched the Uncharted film, Nathan Drake used a Magellan age cannon to shoot down a helicopter. Is that possible? And what guns were used on Magellan ships? Well, I haven't seen the film. But theoretically, if you hit a helicopter with enough kinetic force that you break something that's important, you can always take it down. So theoretically, if I was in a helicopter and I whacked the pilot round the head with a baseball bat, I could get the helicopter to go down. I would prefer not to do that myself, as then I would be going down with it. But, you could do that. So there is... Yeah, you could probably do it. But if there are spectacular explosions, etc., it's very much probably Hollywood. Honestly, anything hits the Jesus nut, what's called the Jesus nut, and which is the system which holds on the main rotor blade to the helicopter, and is wired in and soldered, all sorts of things to make sure it stays there, and checked more than anything. And the reason it's called the Jesus nut is because if it goes, you blast straight through the pearly gates, don't stop with St. Peter, and end up at the feet of Jesus. Basically, helicopters have got these things. If they go, they're gone. So, yeah. And the Project 72 carrier. You do keep asking about Project 72. Well, the Project 72 carrier is interesting. Can I find a decent picture of it, though? You have to always remember with the Project 72, it is based on the Graf Zeppelin, so it's not exactly based on the world's best carrier to begin with. How do I put this politely? So, you have probably, some of you have probably seen my video on the Graf Zeppelin, where I tried to be as polite as I physically could be about it. And that was hard for me. I mean, that was really hard to be that polite about it. Which is probably not doing reputation for hello, I'm nicking this from somewhere. My impartiality any good, but I was trying. What I shamelessly managed to avoid, and I was shameless in my avoidance of this, was any mention of the Russian proposed carriers, mainly because they never happen. They never happen. So I can ignore them to an extent. But there are various ideas of Russian cruisers which come up. And there's nothing wrong with there being some Russian cruisers and Russian carriers. They have some very interesting ideas. And honestly, the Russians are an interesting group of the Navy, but this is based on the Graf Zeppelin. It's based on what was probably the worst conceived aircraft carrier of here, and this is coming from someone who regularly uses the burn as the butt of jokes. Probably the worst conceived aircraft carrier of any of the aircraft carriers that were produced by any of the naval powers. This picture is also associated sometimes with 71A. Project 72. This is Project 72, definitely this one. But no, I've gone through all the various pictures. Yeah. Look, it has problems, okay? It's not a carrier I would want to take through the Baltic, for starters. It's not really a carrier I would want operating from the Russian Pacific bases or the North Atlantic bases, because it's not really a cold water vessel. And it's an attempt. It is an attempt to do these things. And there's nothing wrong with making an attempt. It's brave. It's honourable to make an attempt. It's joyous. But it's based on the Graf Zeppelin, which is probably the most atrocious carrier ever conceived. I mean, literally, they want to put the aircraft on a railway to move them around a ship. Okay? I know that there is some mind which is going, but this will be perfect. They'll be protected and they won't be able to move anywhere and they'll be fine. But you're literally designing a railway, which means you have literally fixed yourself in your size of your aircraft and your shape of aircraft and how you're going to deploy your aircraft and where you're going to fit them in your hangar before you've even built the hangar, before you've even built the ship or built the aircraft. What happens if you have damaged aircraft? Where do you store them? What do you... The problems with this design, okay? It's just terrible. And I see it actually operating aircraft in World of Warships, and I'm just going, you are dead. I am coming to take you out because I will not share a map with you. Hence, HMS Warspite was hunting down a Graf Zeppelin the other night. No, are you saying this others such as our and your ships had full replacement gun crews for when the first got signed? No, they didn't have full replacement gun crews. But they did have people they could rotate in and take casualties. They often had people be multiple trained through the turrets. So there would often be kind of like a first reserve team, a reserve within the turret's own numbers, who could fill in roles and etc. And they would move people around so they wouldn't get too tired or too worn out. This was especially true in the more manually operated roles. The roles where you're just sitting, they don't need a second person for, but they do sometimes have some backup people, range finders, etc., and people who are going to be looking through because your eyes get tired. Eye strain is a big problem, and you want to be able to replace those people on duty. Sure, man. What ship design really shouldn't have worked as well as they did? What ship design really shouldn't have worked as well as they did? The I-300s. They did really quite well, but they really shouldn't have worked as well as they did. Hang on, there's right. Right, if you don't mind, I'm turning on my radiator. So that's why I'm looking at my phone quickly. Because I'm turning on the radiator. I thought Project 72 was based more on the UK illustrious. No. Some of the drawings do make it look more like an illustrious, and it does certainly share some commonality with an illustrious design, but it's based more on the Graf Zeppelin. No hiding buttons on the random islands on the whole of the British coastline, and hiding them on the enemy coastline. You wouldn't hide them on the enemy coastline, they might use them. Even if they aren't supposed to be using them. If you've built one, they can still press the button. The big shippy stuff. Well, it explains it. Mm-hmm. A quick naval update from Switzerland. The PS Run went back to revenue service after a total of 2 years rebuild. Cool. So in the LP yesterday, were you saying that the Admiral class battlecruiser was over-designed? Yes. Because what are they being designed for? People go, oh, they're being designed to face the German battlecruisers, which the Royal Navy knows aren't being built. The Royal Navy knows the German Navy has got no construction working at all. They know it. So, okay, well, they're being designed for... Well, the only ones who are potentially building battlecruisers at this point aren't the Germans. It's the Japanese and the Americans. So again, are your Admiral class being designed to hunt down Congos? Probably, but again, do they need... Does it need 8 15-inch guns for that job? It matches in with the Congo. Okay, fine. Lexingtons? Is there anyone out there who would honestly like to take on a Hood in a Lexington? Is there honestly anyone out there who would want to take on a renown in a Lexington? Because yes, it only has 6 guns, but and yes, you have 16-inch guns in Lexington, but it's not going to be a fun time. And honestly, that I would say the Hood is not being designed as a battlecruiser hunter because they would have a different secondary then if she was a battlecruiser hunter. She's being designed as a battlecruiser. That's right. Why do 47mm quick firing 3-pounder Hotchkiss naval guns never removed from the Revenge class Super Dreadnoughts? Because they're quite cute and you can do things with them. You can use them for signaling guns. You can use them to annoy torpedo boats. You can use them to annoy aircraft. They can do all sorts of little things. And they can be put ashore to support troops for sure. It's your best rant about the Bismarck better than the Drax. Honestly, the best rant we can do is when we rant together about Bismarck. If you want to have fun, and again, Dan Freeman will back me up on this, hopefully, you stick me and Drax together ranting about something. You leave us alone to rant about the Graf Zeppelin. You basically just leave us there. we can rant quite happily with each other, agreeing but ranting very forcibly. Sounds like from our voices, people think we're disagreeing, and when they actually get close, they realise we are just actually very violently agreeing that Germany were being stupid. That they were over-engineering it completely. Later productions. The Allies, either US or UK, developed a functioning and robust helicopter design by 1941 on decent numbers. Say 50 to 100 by 1943, provided either the USN or RN have access to those numbers. How does that present affect what's left of the war, particularly in the Pacific Theatre? In either war, there'd be anti-submarine warfare and troop transport. So, in the Pacific Theatre, you've got a new dimension to the island hopping campaign. You've suddenly got vertical lift of troops. You can do insertions which are far more accurate than paratrooping role was. And you can put people down in squad levels. In terms of anti-submarine warfare, you've got something that can go in and do some really nasty things to submarines. So in either theatre, they are pretty darn capable. You probably see them used as part of D-Day. Rangefinders, but those are several turrets, at least on normal circumstances, assuming there hasn't been enough damage to leave the turret under low control. But rangefinders are part of the whole fire control system and the firing system. So yes, I know they are rangefinders, etc., etc. But I was giving an example of the sit-down roles which are involved, and yes, you have those. You have spare people in the rangefinder crew who will go over and take over viewing because of eye strain, and it's the same with the turrets. You have people who can swap roles. There is no point having only one person or one set of people trained up. With Bismarck, you really do see a difference between what I would call their first rank crews. They're really trained up personnel, and they haven't got the depth of personnel behind it who've got the experience to move into those roles. Whereas the Royal Navy and the US Navy have the advantages, and the Italian Navy. Remember, I'm very careful to go. It's the Regia Marina, it's the USN, and the RN all have disability because they have got this depth of personnel. They've had the numbers, and the Regia Marina have always had roughly 6 battleships, and they've kept them going and kept the personnel going and rotating through. So you have a large pool of personnel on a ship who might not be assigned to a gun crew or who might be part of the gun crew in different roles, but who can do the other roles as well. So they can move within the roles and they can sustain the fire rate despite people getting tired or getting crotchety or getting in pain. Sitting in one position because it's some of the positions you are literally like this, watching, and it's and after about half an hour you're going, At which point you're not really working at the best, so you have to be swapped over. And the thing is, those three navies have the depth of personnel to do that. Even in some of the gun positions and some of the positions you wouldn't think about in terms of range finding, etc., and all these things, there are gunnery positions which are quite cramped. That's right. I get the impression from yesterday's long patrol that Hood's physical appearance had an unintended consequence of inadvertently making people think she was a false battleship. Yeah. She looked like one. So the enemy can press the button, but then it just lets out a dun dun dun. Oh, well, then you spread them all over the world. If the enemy can't do anything with them, then you just spread them all over the world, and what happens the moment your ship gets damaged? Beep! In! Bomb! A week later, hello! We're all done! It's unlimited warfare. And pretty much every merchant ship, as you said, ends up becoming part of the Royal Navy because you find the guns and stick them on, so they all have anti-aircraft guns and all fly the RFA flag, and, well, yeah. Now, sir, what would Courageous, Glorious, and Furious look like if they followed the path the British were going, development line to HMS Hood? I'm suspecting they'd be 30,000-ton plus vessels? Yes. Basically, imagine them as renowned, improved. Honestly, they might actually, in the nicest way, Courageous, Glorious, and Furious might have looked like renowns, but treble turrets. Because if I'd been going to build an battle cruiser at that point, I would have gone, I'm copying and pasting a renown, and I'm going to use a treble 15-inch turret. 9 guns for 3 turrets work. So that, and honestly, that could lead to a Hood with 12 guns. Oh, treble turrets! Hello. Justin, are the admirals designed for the US to make a design mistake, sort of escalation down the wrong path? No. They're designed for future mobility warfare. Honestly, the reason the RN is building Admiral-class battlecruisers and the reason the RN then is building G3s is ultimately because the RN has decided that the future of war, that now they've dealt with Germany, the future of they've got more battleships than anyone else, so they don't need to worry about that for a while, but B, they're now looking at the area of threats, and what are their next threats after Germany's gone? Well, it's Japan. It's next largest. Japan and America are the next largest navies, which are both going to be wars of commerce, protection, commerce raiding, and basically oceanic maneuver warfare. In which case, that's basically what the admirals are designed for. So the admirals do have a raison d'etre, but it's to be the ultimate battlecruiser and wander around the world, having enough firepower that you have to send out a full battleship to go and knock it out, but mostly orientated around sinking merchant ships, wiping out entire convoys. Matter how does the ammo loading results in the Continental class around a battleship they not eventually blowing up in harbour? By not having it practiced enough, the same way the Americans and the Brits have accidents with ammo loading. It's when you have people trying to rush things who don't have the experience. Because you're not using the fully trained people to do it. I feel another trip to the Fleet Aero Museum to put these rants in proper context. That will be fun. Sonic Canary, over-engineering in Germany. Name a more iconic duo. I-300. Japanese boat, Japanese submarines. Let me get the design. Mm-hmm. So basically, and it's in one of my Japanese books, which I cannot see anywhere for love nor money around me at the moment. But I was actually reading earlier. Oh no. Anyway, there is the unbuilt submarine design, which is the skipping point between up to the I-400s, called the I-300s. And let's put it this way. It's an interesting design. Which book's it in? Is it in that? Is it in that one? There? No, it's not that one. I will have to do some hunting. I will have to do some hunting, and I will find the book, and I'll do some point. I'll do it. I will. I have a plan for at one point, and I'm slowly gathering ships on designs never built, and what they teach us. And I'm taking ideas for that in a moment. And the I-300 is on my list of things to do. Good Lord, people have already been donating. Oh, that's kind. On the PayPal, they've already been people have already been donating. Thank you very much to everyone who's been donating. Honestly, that's very kind. I wasn't expecting anyone to be. I honestly actually wasn't expecting anyone to donate, but thank you. That's very kind. People are donating. So anyway, what would a modern button RN look like if the button was developed in 2000? Oh, well, the RN, well, as it would remove entirely all costs of maintenance, etc. You'd probably be dealing with a slightly larger Royal Navy because they wouldn't have to worry about the cost of maintenance of any ships. But so you probably have, because you'd only then be worrying really about crew costs, as presumably you can do upgrades through this as well. So you might well have let's say probably a 50% larger Royal Navy. And I say, why were the battleships and battlecruisers lumped together in the Washington Naval Treaty when they should have been separate? Politicians. And the Americans doing it who didn't have battlecruisers. The only one that, basically, look, there are only two powers which have battlecruisers signing that treaty. Britain and Japan. Everyone else just has battleships. Hallelujah Gazebo. John Shea, Swordfish question. Since I like that when you rant about Swordfish not being a World War I build, how does it compare to actual World War I designs, and how would you describe it as? It will actually fly. It's reliable. It's an evolution. You have to remember, you're in the early 1930s, you are designing an aircraft, and your priorities are it has to be reliable, has to be able to fly at night, so it's got to be very easy to fly, got to be able to fly long distances, and it's got to be able to carry a big weight. Then a biplane is your obvious solution. Think about the engines you have at the time, you think about the power of them, you think about the lift they can carry. The most high-powered engines are not that reliable and aren't going to keep going without a lot of maintenance. And that's the other thing you want this aircraft to be: low maintenance and easy to repair. You end up with a Swordfish, which is fine. It is exactly everything it's designed to be, and that's perfectly fine for what it does. And it's one of the most stable, capable, and torpedo launching platforms ever developed. Should it be used in daylight strikes on forces? No. Was it designed for daylight strikes on forces? No. It's supposed to do night strikes. It's supposed to do daytime reconnaissance and nighttime strikes. That was its role. Daylight reconnaissance. That's why it's called a torpedo spotter reconnaissance. Spotting the battleship guns. Reconnaissance. Those are its daytime roles. Nighttime, torpedo strike. TSR. That's its role. So it doesn't need to be the new hotness in terms of speed, etc., because no one else is flying at night. And radar doesn't exist at that point. So no one else can find you if you're flying at night, as long as you just turn your lights off. As long as you turn the lights off. Okay. What, Steph Thompson, were there any naval gun positions as bad as the bull turret on the B-17? Not quite. Nothing's quite as bad as being the bull turret on the B-17. But if you want some fun, if you go to Duxford Imperial War Museum, where they do have these aircraft, you can climb into the bull turret in a B-17. Whether you'll be able to climb out again or will feel like you need butter to get out then is a completely different matter, because, and I say this honestly, some of us are too big to fit. Some of us are. Not just waistline-wise. I have to admit, I am more curvy than I was pre-lockdown, and I'm working on this with the gym regularly. But even without the curviness, some of us are just too tall. Neither me or Drac could fit in the bull turret. Either one of us. Although I would like to see Drac try, but that would be mainly if I was the one holding the lunch, and therefore if he got stuck, I got to eat his lunch. Then I need more time in the gym, but I'd enjoy lunch. Sim Richards. Okay, Doc. Me and you modernized Tiger, 14-inch guns, new engines, 4.5-inch secondaries. What's our role Model 2? Well, same role as Renown, Repulse, and Hood. Find German surface raiders, sink them. Probably she would start off in the South Atlantic, hunting the Grass Bay. And if she found the Grass... Let's put it this way. If you have HMS Tiger with 14-inch guns find the Grass Bay, there isn't much likelihood of the Grass Bay coming out of that happy. But Westhook, in a prolonged pursuit battle, would crew be swapped between 4.5 turrets? Occasionally, but it's rare. It's people get used to their turret, and the turret crews get proud of their turrets. It's more likely individuals rather than the whole crew will be swapped in. Nice again. Was Tiger's armor scheme inadequate after Jutland? Well, they'd certainly like to improve it. Tim Logan, there were 2 I-3XX transport class transport submarines. Yes. I think they were the only ones built on the I-300 design. Seneca, so a car ferry is burning in the Atlantic Ocean right now and drifting. Would these ships transport tanks in case of war? Yep. They would. You've probably got enough sitting around the world. Ben Gergen, if the Ammo class were completed in numbers, would they have been used as singular catapults with cruiser accompaniment, or as a singular capitals with cruiser accompaniment, or as paired units for sugar value? If you have 4 of them in service, and let's say you have the 2 Renowns, let's say the RN, if we go back to get rid of this, and we go to this discussion. Okay, for starters, if the RN has the 2 Renowns and let's say 4 Hoods, 4 Admirals, and they're all roughly 41,000 tons available, well, that's an extra 120,000 tons. So they are probably going to have to lose their 13.5-inch ships completely in order to get down to the 525,000 tons. Or probably they will raise it up to a 600,000 ton limit for everyone, and the RN will be allowed to keep at 600,000 tons. They'll still have to lose some ships to get down there, but, you know, because it'll be an extra 120,000 tons onto that. So they'll probably have to lose Thunderer, King George V, Ajax, Centurion, and if they do want some 16-inch ships, probably Benbow, Emperor, Iron Duke, and Marlborough. But what would they use them for? If you have 4 Hood class, 4 Admiral class battle cruisers, well, you might well be using them in pairs as hunting pairs, but you could also be using them as leaders of task forces with carriers, which is what the Royal Navy was doing with them in World War II. So they paired them up with a carrier. That would also affect your carrier speeds, because all your carrier speeds would be designed to operate, all your fleet carriers would have to operate with an Admiral class battleship, Admiral class battlecruiser, I mean. Which would have, probably they'd have to raise their speeds up to about 37 knots. Well, let's say Hood's practical speed is 33 knots. So you need about a 4 knot advantage or 5 knot. Because you need to be able to go away from your task group and come back after launching into the wind. And that's the 1920s doctrine. So the Royal Navy would have to be making its aircraft carriers would be having to look at being between 36 and 38 knots, depending on how much they decide to operate them in terms of the task group maneuvering together or splitting up to launch aircraft. If they decide to do a maneuver together, then they can probably get them to 36 knots and be happy. If they decide they have to be able to guard the task group and come back, it's 38 knots. Where's the ball turret at Duxford? Sorry, not the static B-17, the R-Tang alongside the B-52. No, there's the flying one. And they don't really allow the general public to enter, but you can get flights on the B-17 at Duxford occasionally. But occasionally the Admirals probably would have been used in pairs. But it would have been interesting to see what the effect was. John Luke, even interesting. Would the Super Tiger option have been a better choice than the R's, given how World War II panned out? Yes. Also, would they have been assigned to Beatty, or would Jellicoe have wanted them in his line? If you're building Super Tigers, then Beatty's going to get them. Battle cruisers are going to go to Beatty. So the R, I would say, R's in terms of the Renown and Repulse, better than Tiger, in my opinion. I like their R's. But our battleships, better for World War One. They're necessary for World War One. For World War Two, you need a faster ship. So basically, what they should have done is made the R-class battleships faster. And when they were designing them, they should have designed them to be the same speed as Queen Elizabeth. But guy didn't know. Did the RN have any main naval bases in the US before and during the Revolutionary War? New York. New York. That was a major base. Yeah, Gazebo. Can't wait for your thoughts on weird hybrid ship designs like aviation battleship and whatever the Russians are doing. Oh, good lord. A magic button RN means Hood never had clapped out engines. A magic button RN means the Royal Navy and the R class never have clapped out engines. No one ever has clapped out engines. Not expecting the people to say that the F King Google YouTube shouldn't have less than a greater than 30% of money. They wish to donate you and use PayPal to make it out. Well, I don't mind. I don't think Google takes 30% of money. Well, but Google Patreon take 30% of the super chats. I don't think they do. I think they take a lot. I know the advertising revenue is interesting, especially when you're below 10,000 subscribers. Once you're over 10,000 subscribers, it seems to get very dramatically better. But it's interesting below 10,000 subscribers. I know because I've been having that chat with Drac. Apparently, the RN had planned for Hood and Vanguard to be the ships they kept post World War II. Apparently, when the battlecruisers were to retire, Hood would be the last one to retire. I'm not sure if Hood was going to be kept post World War II. Honestly, Vanguard and her sister, by the point at which Vanguard is actually a concept and actually being built and put forever, Hood is not going to be around post World War II. In the nicest way, that it's always going to be the King George V, etc. The RN planning for post World War II is what ships do we have when World War II is over, and what state are they in? That's the question. That's the same as the question they asked in World War One at the end of World War One. The reason they get rid of the 12-inch battleships is because they have been absolutely worked to death during World War One. You may notice. China, I love your vids about Fish and Beresford. They're good and funny. I'm glad. Although for some reason the Beresford video hasn't got many viewers. Apparently people haven't been attracted to it. G-Senior, what was the cost difference between the Renowns and the Admirals? Dramatic. If I remember correctly, the Renown class come in at quite cheap. They're about £1 million. So, Renown was the most expensive of the pair, and she cost £3,117,204 to build. And Hood cost $6 million to build. So, admittedly, there's wartime inflation going on and various other things, but you could pretty much have built 2 Renowns for the cost of 1 Hood. If you kept churning out Renowns, you could have built 2 of them for the cost of Hood. And that's not considering how much money was spent on Anson, Howe, and Rodney. It's always an interesting time. So, this was the book I was going to be talking most about from the beginning. It's a cool book. It is. And it has a section in it which I wanted to get to for all of you. The Delayed Torpedo Bomber, and this is from 1943. The Admiralty had considered the Ferry Albacore to be a stopgap Swordfish replacement from the outset. Before it had even flown, a specification was issued in October 1937, for a more advanced monoplane torpedo dive bomber reconnaissance aircraft. 17 firms offered design solutions, but the Air Ministry advised the Admiralty to order the Fairey Type 100 off the drawing board in September 1938 without any competition. It was given the name Barracuda and proved to be a complex and sophisticated aircraft that required considerable development before it would enter service. It featured a high wing position to give the observer windows below it on either side of the fuselage, which gave unobstructed views downwards and from right ahead to right astern. It had a retractable main undercarriage, and in line with the Air Ministry's recommendation, was designed to be powered by the Rolls-Royce XE sleeve valve high-pressure air-cooled inline X configuration engine, which was itself still under development. This was a lightweight, high-powered unit specifically designed for intended for naval aircraft. It had 4 banks of 6 cylinders in an X configuration, each bank set at 90 degrees from the next, but weighed less than a contemporary Rolls-Royce Merlin. Being air-cooled, it did not need the added weight and complexity of a radiator or its associated cooling liquid and the pipework. The development EXE was fitted in a Fairey battle test bed in November 1938, which continued to fly until 1943, with the engine giving no trouble at all, although it did initially suffer from high oil consumption, later cured. It consistently demonstrated higher speeds than the standard Merlin engine vessels, and the EXE would undoubtedly have been the ideal power plant for the Barracuda. Sometimes. I warn you, Drac will get out of the turret eventually. I know he'll get out of the turret eventually, but will I have eaten all his lunch before that? Kevin, hi Dogsy. Do you ever think about the insanity of war, i.e., people make giant ships to kill each other rather than just facts on a book page? And do you think people miss the part because of games like World of Warships? Yes. It's okay. I'm doing a lot of discussions along with various people about Russia, etc. And this because one of the areas I specialize in is deterrence, and so occasionally, just occasionally, I get called up by people asking for my opinion, and I study all this stuff, and then I go home and I have discussions with my family, especially my sister. And my sister is a very intelligent, very educated person. She cannot get her head around the sheer quantity of nuclear weapons that exist in the world and the fact that we have the ability to crack the planet. She doesn't. It's mutually assured destruction. And then when we get onto warships and stuff, when I'm discussing those with people, I sit there and go, these are big, powerful things. Part of the reason you need to study war is to work out how to deter it. But one of the first things you realize when with war is not started by people doing people. Now, here's a question: war is not started by rational people thinking rationally. They might be thinking logically, but they're not thinking rationally. They've gone down an irrational avenue. They've gone down an avenue where they've made decision, for good or for ill, that war is a viable option, a viable solution to their problems. And once you start considering war a viable solution, then you have problems. The whole point of deterrence and building quite a lot of this equipment is to try and make it seem that the war is never a viable option. Because as long as people don't consider war a viable option, they don't go for it. Which is actually, people then go, well, then that's usually when people start, oh, we haven't had a war in ages, so we don't need this equipment. No one's going to fight a war. No one. And it's kind of like saying, my house has never been burgled, so I don't need a security system and I don't need to lock my doors. You would never think that. That would be stupid. No one would think that. Oh, I don't need. My house has never been burgled. I don't need to lock my doors. Not if you live in a city, which is far more like to the international world than if you live in the middle of the countryside and there's no one for about 100 miles away round. In which case, not locking your doors, yeah, may or may not. Basically, you're going to hear anyone coming along before they actually reach you. But leaving that to one side, you lock your doors. That is what your armed forces are. They are the locks on your doors. They're a security system. You have them because you don't want to be burgled. You have them because you don't want to be fighting a war. And the moment you start cutting them down because, well, we don't need them, we never done, is when you get problems because you start to lower the level and lower the threat. And this is the reality. You're dealing with a world which, in a nice way, for good or for ill, some powers think they are untouchable. They don't think anyone's going to do anything to them if they do an aggressive action because they don't think anyone can or will want to or want to risk themselves. And that's a problem. That is a real problem. So I agree there is an insanity in terms of war, but I think there is also a logical thing to doing all this stuff. In that, if you don't do it, you're not viable. And it's also, I would argue that this comes through in the number of systems procured. As I've said before, and I've said many, many times on many videos recently, one is a white elephant. It's a capability you have when it's available. Two is usually you have that capability available, but if accidents happen, you're in trouble. Three is the capabilities available. Four is the capabilities at sea, and you probably have a spare available. Five, you have the capability at sea, you definitely have a spare available, and the surge capacity probably because you have enough depth of personnel. 6, it goes on more. Sorry. But that is the reality. So if you hear people saying, oh, we're only procuring 2 of something, well, they'll always be this available. Well, that's true. But you're meaning you don't think an accident's going to happen? You don't think there's going to be any stuff in the grey area before war or anything like that which might make you lose a ship or have a ship out of action? Well, far more likely the latter, out of action for months on end, in having to be refitted in docks. Oh, you've got problems there. So war becomes more likely when people become not desensitized to war. That's not the case. It's when they think the risk of losing in a war is less. When they think they're going to be able to get what they want by war. Deterrence is all about showing the other side that they are not going to be able to win this action at an acceptable cost. I.e., there are people in this world who have a very different view on the value of life than you or I might have. And for them, losing a few thousand or even a few 100,000 people doesn't bother them as long as they win or they get what they wanted. So you basically have to show them that if they do that, they're going to lose a lot more than they're prepared to. So I think a magic button Iron has all its ship on the newest tech standard. Oh, yes. Dan Freeman, Reese Swordfish. A nice feature of Wikipedia is a series of pages that list all the aircraft either having first flight or in service in each year, so you can look at what peers are. Yeah. That's a bit. Duxton has a bull turret there, large general public center. You can if you're very nice to the B-17 crews. Okay, before trying to get him out, you have to... Yeah. Last year, why Renowned Pulse overshadowed by Hood? Same thing as everything's always overshadowed in the media by Hood. It's the bigger. What's bigger, newer, and sexier? It's Hood. I have a friend. I was in Duxford. Yeah, I had a friend who actually got in there. I think she did years ago. Johnson, Clarke. So 2 admirals, an R class with a carrier, a town, 2 counties, and a crown colony with a tribal escort. That's just nightmare for someone. Dan, what would Captain Delmer and Hamilton have done with 28 knot Baton Nelrod? Probably proved it could go 30 knots. Tim Richards, is there any reason why BT didn't lead with the QEs at the Battle of Jutland? Surely a better option. Because he's BT. Don't worry, Stafford. You do great. Nicest way. You've got a lot of work on. I've heard from multiple sources 30% is a number. I've heard it's less, but we'll see. And Nightingale, is it that just the renown is overshadowed by Hood catastrophic exploding in the Battle of Denmark Strait, with the loss of almost everyone aboard and her sister Repulse getting killed by air attack? Probably that has also an effect on poor renown. Nightingale, how does the Battle of Denmark Strait go if Eugene gets hit with Hood's first salvo? But if Eugene gets hit with Hood's first salvo, then Eugene's going to be in a lot of trouble. And if Prince Eugen gets hit, it's in trouble. So if Prince Eugen is in trouble, then Bismarck might have to slow down to protect her, or she might leave her behind. In which case, Eugen probably ends up being pounced on by the counties. Going, hello, you've been left for us. I'm not a golf. Enjoy the board meeting of your local yacht club. You're now the RN, the PR head, instructor, and head photographer. Yes, not bad for Legally Blind. Cool times. Eight rounds instead of four hoods plus the hull could be employed for the carrier. Instead of 8 rounds instead of four hoods plus the hull could be employed for carriers. For that fleet, I'd scrap everything before the QE starting in 1917. Oh. Hold on, I had to show your mom. I had to show Mum a picture of USS Wisconsin in birth when she said she thought HMCS Hyder was a big ship. When we saw her a couple of years ago. Well, Hyder is big for a destroyer at the time. Can't go I've also like seatbelts and airbags. When you need them, you are already in trouble and can only hope they work. Pete Dawson, doesn't your security system have a bite? To be fair, both floppy research systems are in their own way fairly good at security systems. But again, they require feeding and maintaining. And we do have ring cameras as well. Mainly because we have it's to check what exactly they're barking at. One of them is very sensitive. Nice effort. Senator, with the Washington Naval Treaty, all powers have to scrap all their capital ships and build it new. What does each nation build, assuming they have the budget? Well, the only one who's going to get the budget probably is going to be the Royal Navy. And if they all have to scrap everything and build new, then the Royal Navy is probably going to end up with a fleet of roughly 28 knot nil rods. Take care, Jennifer. Good luck. Kevin, I don't see. Suppose the little raid is done by the RN. What are the CVUs, bomb planes used, and would it have been turned out any different, and would the RN have thought of it in the first place like the US? Well, the RN probably would have done something like Doolittle Raid if they'd been an option. In terms of carrier used, probably if they had it available, it'd been Ark Royal, one of the bigger carriers. If I'm not sure if Ark Royal's available at that point. I don't think she is, but one of the bigger carriers, one of the bigger armored carriers, would probably been used, possibly a pair of them, and it would have been mozzies. Mosquitoes would have been used. Apis. Don't necessarily need to be crueler, Stafford Thompson. You sometimes need to be more capable to inflict the required amount of damage. It's not a case of bleeding. It's a case of, in terms of blood, it's a case of bleeding their infrastructure often. You break down their ability to actually wage a war, especially if you're between nations and you don't want to actually occupy that country. Take out their bridges, take out their roads, take out their railways and their tunnels and their power lines, and just watch them fall. So again, in 1927, USS New York has an accident and has to be scrapped. As a replacement, the US builds a 2022 modern 35,000-ton cruiser with 200 VLS tubes and 257mm guns. What is the reaction of the other powers? Where did all that freaking tech come from? Knowing the Royal Navy, immediately try and buy that tech, or at least find it out, all the details out about it, and then copy it. And what will be the impact on World War II? That's a lot of VLS tubes. If it's a modern, basically a modern 35,000-ton version of the Zumwalt class or something, with super dup radar, if it's 35,000 tons, that's about 2.5 times the size of Zubmalt. So if that's only carrying 200 VLS tubes and 257mm, then it's severely underarmed. So I'm presuming it's got other weapons as well. But it's got modern 57mm guns, and it's got 200 VLS tubes as well as its whatever weapons it's got carrying. It's a nightmare. That's right. What happens if luck had been good for the Iron and they had 3 modernized battle cruisers going into World War II? They have that much more capability. Depends how the battles work out. If they have Hood, Renown, and Repulse all modernized, then they are quite lucky. Seneca, the Iron wouldn't get rid of Hood. Well, Hood would be the last one which we got rid of. But honestly, if they have to build an entire fleet of new 35,000-ton ships, well, let me just open it up and work it out. Well, that will be 15 ships, so they'd be building 15 new ships. So honestly, they probably build 15 versions of 28 knot Renown Repulse. Or no, Nelrods. Maybe they build more, but But it would be a case of what's going to be replaced. Last would be Hood, probably Hood, Renown, and Repulse would be replaced with last, but they'd work their way through all the 13.5-inch battleships, then the R class, then the Queen Elizabeth class, then Hood, then Renown, then Renown, Repulse, and the Hood to replace them. What would they be putting in those VSS tubes in 1920? I have no idea. I'm presuming Talams, if they have anything. Listen, I'm saying it'd be worst case scenario demonstrate numbers of complete. Yeah, but I believe was meant metaphorically. I thought that's what he meant. Seneca, what would be the appropriate number of VLS tubes for a 35,000-ton cruiser? I think if you're carrying less than 400, you've got troubles. 9600. What modern ship for whom aircraft are not the primary arm is 35,000 tons? I don't think even Peter Velecki is 35,000 ton. Let me check. Peter Velecki. Peter Velecki is 28,000 tons fully loaded, 24,300 tons standard. So you're talking about something which is 10,000 tons bigger than that. Yeah, that's going to be a big ship. A very big ship. So now, why do you view Hood as white elephant? She's a victim of the bad luck that Three Sisters came due to war requirements. Well, no, I don't view Hood herself as a white elephant. I said she's one ship, but the trouble is she's one ship, then there's Renown, Repulse, and then there's Tiger, so that's 4 battle cruisers. So she's one of 4 battlecruisers. She's useful, therefore you have a battlecruiser. But it's a case of, if she was on her own, she'd be a white elephant, as she's part of 4 ships. But the trouble is, they're different classes. So it's a case of, and again, cost-wise, well, if I was building Renowner and Pulse, and I just kept building R-class battlecruisers through the war, and let's say Courageous, Glorious, Furious, Hood, were all R-class battlecruisers, and I just kept churning them out, then I'd have a very competent force. Thank you, Kevin. And they'd all be the same design, they'd all be in the same logistics, they'd all have the same crew training. It'd just be far more useful. As I said, my ideal would be a treble turret version of the Renowns. Honestly. Kahan, would 4 Renowns have been better? 4 Renowns would have been better. Because they would have all been the same logistics and the same. It's basically, it's a crew structure and cost way. It's always better to have more of one type than to have that. You've also probably got, they're easier to upgrade because you come up with an upgrade template for your class, and you just churn them through rather than having to think about it differently for each ship. In 1920s America, you were filling a VLS tube with bathtub gin. Having seen some of my friends who have been drinking drunk American moonshine, which is very popular in some places. Admittedly, I don't. As we know, I don't drink alcohol, but I have watched some of my friends. It gets served in jars, little jars, and I just look at it and just go, mm-hmm. It looks cute, but it ain't good for you. I would put that in rather than bathtub gin because I'm fairly sure. Well, I know bathtub moonshine and is sometimes considered bathtub gin, but isn't. I'm fairly sure you put that in because that would actually do a lot of damage. Some of the moonshines that I've seen my friends drink are sort of like very, very, let's say, very high alcohol content. Kiro is 28,000 tons fully loaded. 23,000 tons? Let me just kick him. She is 24,300 tons in standard, 28,000 tons fully loaded. And if we're talking about a World War Washington Treaty era ship, we are talking standard displacement, which is 35,000. Battleship is 35,000 tons. So that's not its full load; that's its standard displacement. That's what it counts for. Oh, there is some fun going on in the world tonight. Oh, there really is. Certain, thank you. I had a little, I had a little light, I guess. Also, yeah, half my concepts are bigger than the Kirovs. Sometimes. Read Kirov Kirov gets assassinated to Leningrad party official and gets the biggest Russian cruiser. Yep. Kalhaman, are we looking at imminent war with Russia? I hope not, but it all depends on what Russia actually does. Problem is, you would have had to make a new design because the renowned design is made obsolete by advancing tech. Is it really? As I said, renowned design isn't made obsolete by advancing tech. You can choose to keep building an evolved renowned design, and that's what I would do. As I said, as I keep referring back to, I would go for a free turret, evolved renowned with treble guns, because it'll work. It's got a good armor mix up. It's got there. The trouble with the admirals is they keep changing the schemes as they're trying to build them to keep up with technology. And that's a lovely idea, but that means you ultimately don't build anything. You just are wasting money. Go with what you've got, which works, and evolve that. But don't sit there going, "Oh, we're going to keep trying to make." Don't pick a technology point. And go right. This works. This is a perfectly fine design. Let's just build a variant in this. How useful would the Francisco Caracola class super dreadnought battleship be if you converted it into an aircraft carrier? The Italians would have enjoyed having an aircraft carrier. Depends how they convert it. It's one of those things. If I was converting it, the aircraft carrier design I'd build, very useful. If they decided to, for some reason, to build an early version of the Graf Zeppelin, terrible. Absolutely terrible. If they'd kept the renowned at the base for the capital carrier escort ship, what would they have around the Falklands War? Goodness knows. They keep building them; they're useful. Doubt when one of them Falklands. Doubt that one of them would survive the Falklands War if they're all built in the prior to the end of World War One. Is it a bad idea for Bismarck and Prince Eugen to focus their fire exclusively on Hood? No, but it does tell you what they rated on the terms of the King of Prince of Wales. See, Richard, surely building 4 renowns okay, but the modernising them in the 30s is the problem. Too much work for them. Not really. You see, one of the problems with the modernisation program in the 1930s for the RN is they are modernising the Queen Elizabeths, which have a slight difference between their batches. They are modernising the renowns. They're modernising Hood. They're modernising their R's. So they have 4 different sets of designs to work out in development. If you have renowns, queens, and repulses, the Royal Sovereigns, well, you're probably going to look at it and go, I'm modernising these 2 sets and not this one. So then I'm down to 2 designs. I've got 4 of these. So I'll work on them, and I'll be doing that simultaneously. That's the thing. If you pare down the number of designs, you make things easier. And also, you have the designs you can copy and paste. What works for one will probably work for the next, and next. That's the politest way of I don't want to put my name on this, but likely I've ever heard. That's it. I guess the Hood having twin turrets is only because the Iron Man playing it safe. Yep. Peter Dawson, USS Midway was expensive due to design changes. Yes. Both my orange cats are sitting in the window monitoring the storm. How did Iron ships get their reports in Model 1 and 2? The shipping forecast. The radio would broadcast out around the world, but they had their own. Larger ships would have their own forecasters on them and would have their own sensors and instruments which they would use to try and forecast weather. Especially this was true for aircraft carriers. Felix B. For Italy, a carrier would have made sense in East Africa, but there was no dock there. That's always the good thing. Infrastructure. So they realise they mucked up by scrapping Vanguard. So they go back to the most economical hull with new tech, i.e., Renown, What would a 70s renown look like as a CVN group leader? If they go back to a renowned hull, sort of as the basis for us, and they're using renown as the idea, it probably ends up with some decent 8-inch guns, maybe, as its forward battery, and a lot of missiles. Possibly a pair of 8-inch guns. Depends how much money they're prepared to put in it. If they've got a nuclear carrier group leader, and if they're looking for a nuclear, if they've got a nuclear carrier for some reason, then she might well be nuclear powered. If they haven't, if they've got a CV, like a conventional carrier, then probably they just go, "Yay, we'll keep your gas powered," and yeah, it would be worked out around that. It would have a lot of missiles. It might even have tomahawks, but probably we'll know there a bit later. So definitely sea darts, possibly sea wolf. As it's 70s, yeah, sea wolf and sea dart. All those combined. Phalanx, yes. Maybe some 40mm? Possibly, probably not. And a very large flight deck aft for helicopters, and probably the ability to land and refuel Harriers. Come, do warships listen to Radio 4 if radios go down for shipping forecast? They do listen to Radio 4. Nice one. If Hood had been built with 4 triple 15-inch turrets, how beneficial would it have been for the Royal Navy? And how much tweaking to the Admiral class would we need to do it? Not as much tweaking as you probably think. To do it, how beneficial would it have been? Well, it would have been a slightly heavier ship. They'd have had to build it slightly more powerful to get it up to speed. But it would have probably be scared the bejesus out of quite a lot of people. It would have also made people think it was definitely a fast battleship rather than a battlecruiser. But let's be honest, with 12, 15-inch guns, it would actually have been able to live up to its name, because that would have been a lot of firepower to bring to bear on any target. Think about that. That would have been 50% more firepower than Bismarck mounted. Usually the shiners will proof their liquor to 80 to 100 proof. Not that there aren't exceptions, but it's usually the same neighborhood strength-wise as that you find in Lincoln store. Hi, Daglong. Wasn't it CVA1? Well, no, we're planning. Yeah, CVA1 was going to be a gas-powered ship, not nuclear-powered. And to be honest, the escort cruiser that was supposed to be supporting it evolves into the illustrious class. Hence, they're through-deck cruisers. Again, from the Operation Crossroads test, which ships do you feel sorry for the most, considering their record, and which ships do you wish to be preserved? You can't say all of them. Oh, I want to say all of them. But no, Crossroads. Let's see. This is where I check which ships were which. I do think Nagato could have been deserved being saved, but actually Saratoga is the one I'd really want saved. I think Saratoga should have been saved. I think she is damaged during Able. Sunk during Baker. And really, she didn't deserve it. If any ship deserved to be saved from that group, Saratoga did. Right. Let's see. The original Repulse and Hood eventually got modernized, just overworked. That's why yesterday in my comments, keeping Tiger around being Repulse and Hood in early. Yeah, well, they kept Tiger around to cover around Repulse. Repulse and Hood got modernized in the 1920s. They don't get the 1930s really proper modernization, which Renown gets. They could have got that, and yeah, they didn't. Dagon. Do you know anything about the French carrier Joffre that was being built in 1940? It would have been a lot better than the Burn. It would have been a lot better than the Burn. I think I've done a video where I've mentioned the Joffre and discussed the Joffre. If I haven't, it was meant to be in it. Because it is an improvement over the Burn by a dramatic level. It's not massive, but it's an improvement. I would call it definitely an open water carrier. I don't think I'd really want it in the Mediterranean. But it's got a waterline bell to deck. It's got between 1.6 and 2.8 inches on the deck armor. Gun turrets, all those sort of things. It's quite well armed. 4 twin 130 millimeters, so that's 8 of them, and 4 twin 37 millimeters, and lots 7 quadruples, so that's 28 13.2 millimeter AA machine guns. Yeah, they are well armed ships. I think I think I have done a bit about it in a video. They're good ships. Mm-hmm. I would love to say I'm surprised, but I'm not. I imagine they sometimes use it for a secret code. They never do that. I know, man. You hear Crossroads, you get very happy. Saratoga. If I'm going to pick anyone, if I'm going to just pick one ship from Crossroads, it's going to be Saratoga. So Johnson, oh, thank you for Doctor. For some reason, in my head, she was to be nuclear. I appreciate the correction. Yeah, they did. They've considered nuclear on several points. The British never actually go for it because you would have to establish so much to support a nuclear program. Although, interesting enough, if she had been nuclear, she probably wouldn't have been cancelled. And the reason I say that is because if she had been nuclear, she would have been a massive example of British national pride in industry, because she'd have been a nuclear-powered carrier, and only the Americans had done, and the French were contemplating building one. So if the British couldn't cancel their nuclear carrier. It's one of those interesting things where the Royal Navy decides to be conservative to try and save their government money, and as they think it's not justifiable, and that ends up costing them. Would the Iron sacrifice parts of Vanguard to fix up Hood if Hood size their mark straight to modernization need couldn't be ignored any longer? Probably. What was the point of building Etra's Vanguard? The Royal Navy needed a fast ship, and they needed to make use the existing facilities. Vanguard was going to be the fast battleship. That was her purpose. To be built to make use of existing guns and to be in service as quickly as possible. Because the Royal Navy is one of those navies which actually has turrets and guns sitting around in warehouses. Imagine that. Nickel 95. How viable would a repulsor Renown be today against the Russian capital ships? Not very. The Russians have massive missiles. You need to have brand new ships, basically. Also, you didn't. Well, I suppose if you've done a Age of Sail style major rebuild in about the 1950s and the 1980s, late 1980s, you could still have them in service. But or maybe the 1980s and 2010s, you'd still in service, but they'd have to have massive rebuilds, and you basically wouldn't be looking at very much the same ship still there. They'd have completely new engines, starters, many times over. Dagon. So Jafra would have been more a worthwhile investment terms to develop an actual design class than attempting to rush the regular class. Probably. But certainly been useful to have. Seneca, what were the powers in the treaty think of 57mm main gun? Good luck with my 16-inch. 9631. If the 1980s modernized HMS Hood and HMS Conqueror were hunting General Belgrano, who's more likely to find and kill her first? And what would be a modernized 1980s Hood look like? Barely afloat. Okay, if it's a modernized... I know you love HMS Hood, 9631. But for her to survive and still be viable in service 60 years plus after she's entered service and actually been launched, she would have had to have a major rebuild probably twice, post World War II, and definitely in the 1970s. So when I say major rebuild, I mean a hull probably entirely redone with new steel. Some of the frames replaced, anyone that's worn too much. Armor refitted if she's still having that. New engines. She's probably got gas turbines by that point if she's still in service. Probably lost some of her guns, and they've been converted to missile farms. Probably still has A and B turret. Probably it's X and Y turret, which have gone and been converted to missile farms. Well, one's been converted to a missile farm, one will be converted to a hangar and flight deck for helicopters. You're dealing with something which is very, very big. Useful, but it's going to be incredibly expensive to rebuild. It would actually be probably cheaper to have built a new ship to replace Hood at that point. I love the enthusiasm for it, but there's just no ships aren't surviving 60 years once they're steel ships. They just aren't. It's kind of like what Drac was talking about today in his dry dock about concrete and steel rebarred concrete. People foresee it and they think that's going to be here for hundreds of years. And actually, the concrete is slowly eating the steel. And after around 150 years, it's going to go. But if you've got Hood around, probably Hood wins over over Conqueror, because then you don't have to reveal Conqueror's position by firing a torpedo, and Hood will scare the bejesus out of anything else. And probably carries Exocets anti-ship missiles and just going to launch a massive swarm of them. Now, what was the doctrine function for Joffre? Hunting German surface raiders, fighting amid. Does this come up in John Jordan's book on the French? Not really, because honestly, there isn't much of a doctrine put into French carriers. The French have only had the burn, so that hasn't really allowed them to develop carriers. It's basically reconnaissance tools, not really strike tools. Right. Just going to check on something quickly. I'll be back in a second. So I'm going to stick this up. which will hopefully be interesting to you all while I'm just popping out. I heard a noise outside. I'm being foxy, so we're not using the web bar here. No, not foxy, that's good. I think from the tracks we've got foxes, we've got hedgehogs wandering around. Fun times. Always good to have a hedgehog wandering around. Shows a good healthy garden. And back. Carmen, yeah, you're just talking, hello, I'm Renown. Yes, my nameplate's original, and this one desk buddy, no, I'm modern other than that, pretty much. An RNH rebuild, so a handful of nuts and bolts get carried over? Nameplate, like Carl Hobbs just said. No, Cayman, ship of the Theseus. Colin Cameron, if CVA-1 had been nuke, the rollers for battleship armor would have been kept as well, as they were used to roll reactor shielding on larger reactors. Ooh, that would have been fun to have around. Enthusiastic terriers are encouraged to use their owners as springboards. That is part of their roles in life. Also, enthusiastic corgis do and poodles do. Hood, kept to 1982, would get a British 1960s hangar box dumped on the back. You can't do that to her. You'd hand them at the morphing animation. Yeah. Jack Ray, do more difficult seas like North Atlantic wear out ships significantly faster than the Pacific from things like hull flexing due to waves? Yes. And they're going to be started on the South Atlantic. Basically, any ship that served in the South Atlantic used its experienced the same hull wear rating at about 4 times that which the Royal Navy usually averages. South Atlantic is brutal on ships just due to the range of the wave height range. How effective were the Seafires versus Zeros over at Iajima? Pretty darn effective. But they did have radar control and they were Seafires. So whilst they were, let's put it this way, the biggest danger to the Seafire was never the Zero in the air over Iajima, it was the landing themselves. Their own legs buckling and smashing underneath them. That was more likely to be a problem. The Seafire themselves, in the air, fairly decent at dealing with the Zeros. They had radar control and they were fast and nimble. And they packed a punch. Hmm. Oh, serious. According to news, USG says Putin has given the order to invade. I think he's probably given the order to move to the invasion positions. The Russians seem to have dispersed, according to all accounts I've seen, to their smaller groups. So they've gone from their larger bases to their larger camps to smaller camp positions. So they're no longer as vulnerable, but they are now in the penny packet forces who start to deploy. I don't know. I think they. I think there's a lot of posturing involved. But ultimately, I don't think any of the Ukrainians are going to act first. So if anything happens, I think it's going to be the Russians. But possibly, and I say the Ukrainians, the Donbass independent regions might well decide they're going to invade or do something silly. We'll see what happens. That's really what all we can do. Watch. But guy doing a modernized HMS Hood could be the British version of the modernized ours, missiles and close weapons, but without the helipad aside. We don't have as many carriers as the US has, and we don't have as many escorts. And we are more of an anti-submarine warfare focused navy. So, what do you think is going to happen by Guy 229? As Dan Freeman says, Blake, Tiger, yeah. M35 Benders, when operating in hot climates, what did gun crews do for comfort? Open every port they could, but if they're firing, they're locked down. Some of the guns actually had little fans in them. Kevin, how do I see? Is the Bismarck film a bit silly as it portrays the Iron as David and Bismarck as Goliath? Because actually, Iron had the resources to stop her and is playing up the Bismarck infamy too much. Pretty much. It's a good propaganda piece. Justin, Putin apparently is giving people in the Donbass region Russian citizenship. Something providing liberation as justification. Cute. Yeah, there is some artillery tit for tat going on in Donbass, but I'm not sure how much of it is actual tit for tat. I think that's a good one. If Hood gets 1980s rebuilt, the aft turrets would stay because why reduce the number of guns when 8 guns is better than 4? Because when are you going to use those guns? Think about this from the British perspective. When are those guns going to be used? When do you need 8 guns? When you engage in a gun duel, how many Sverdlov class cruisers are still running around the world that you might need to sink with guns? You need to put Exocets, you need to put Sea Dart, you need to put Seawolf on it. You need probably to put some form of radars on it and power supply for those radars. You need to put accommodation for all those personnel, which if you delete 2 turrets, you get a lot of personnel crew space. You need to upgrade the existing messing and crew facilities to 1980 standards. Oh, and you need a hangar and you need a flight deck, because you do. The reason Belfast is made available when she is because they don't want, because to fit a better flight deck and hangar, they decide, frankly, that's going to be too costly. So they don't do it. Whereas for Hood, that would have been a decent sized flight deck and a decent sized hangar you could have fitted. Would it have been a box like Blake and Tiger? Probably, but might have been slightly different. Might have been even bigger. Might have fitted more of her superstructure because she had a higher superstructure to begin with. I don't think there's going to be an invasion tonight. I'm not sure why, but I have a feeling I don't think it's going to happen tonight. There's all sorts of reports going on, Stafford. All sorts of reports. No, sorry. Speaking of Russia, hasn't all this started because Ukraine dammed North Crimea, Crimean Canal? Among other things, the area in Crimea and the cultivation shrunk from 130 acres to 14,000 in just 4 years. Not. This is the trouble. When you have a war zone going on and the Donbass region, and remember, Crimea was seized from Ukraine, so Crimea is Ukrainian territory which has been taken from Russia. So pretty much that canal runs through a bit of a war zone. But leaving that to one side, you also have Donbass and other things going on, and the canal has suffered. And the Russians are saying the Ukrainians are doing that, but the Ukrainians are going, well, we haven't been able to do the repair and maintenance on the canal. And in the nicest way, you haven't been paying the bills. Again, that part of the Minsk agreement was supposed to be some people were supposed to be paying bills for the money. The water wasn't supposed to be being supplied to another country for free. There is an idea amongst some people that you supply water to other countries for free. Well, rivers do that. That are naturally flowing. Yes, they go through. But if you're talking about artificial canals which need to be maintained and repaired, then you usually get charged for them. Don't forget up-to-date medical facilities on the ship size. Yep. Kevin, what is the naval equivalent of the Charge Light Brigade? Doesn't have to be the same period as Crimean War, and doesn't have to be the RN. There haven't really been naval equivalents of the Charged Light Brigade, although I would certainly say that the poor swordfish going in solo, just a few swordfish just going in against the German ships going through during the Channel Dash is definitely a Charged Light Brigade sort of style scenario. But there have been usually there have been cases which have been potentially Charged Light Brigade, but it's very rare you get a Charged Light Brigade because usually ships, to an extent, check communications. And if you consider the Charged Light Brigade happens because of the comms going from one place to another and being passed by someone who meant transferring in his head and repeating it wrong, whereas on a ship, the communications tend to be slightly more. These are the instructions they're seeing and everyone sees them. Now, BT and Seymour do get close, and there are a few other combinations which get close, but it's rare. Battle of Tsushima could be considered a Charged Light Brigade scenario because, frankly, they were ordered to. But there again, they were ordered to do that. Someone had blundered, yes, but it wasn't the communications which had blundered. It wasn't the repeating of the instructions which had blundered by someone who's got too much ego and too little brains. It's the actual nation had blundered by sending them to do that. Sim Richards, were there any British 9-point and 2-inch double gun turrets in World War One? Yes. The Minotaur class cruisers had double turrets. What is the best example of guerrilla course naval insurgency by weaker power against a dominant navy? U.S. Navy, War of 1812. you know, most people tend to be in war zones, tend to not expect the other side supplying them with water. That's again, why didn't the Iron build a dedicated ASW helicruiser instead of converting to Tigers? Invincible class? Ambassador's class? Oh, yeah, Invincible class. Hi, Sean, quickly. It's always fun. Alright. Oh, what book do I have up here? I have this some book. That's like sex book. Mason, charge light brigade was a misunderstood order, wasn't it? Yes. Generally, also, this does seem more of the political and media fallacy that large territories with more than tens of thousands of people will go quietly and be obedient. That is definitely gone. Right, here is another interesting book, which was actually a Christmas present, which I've just recently got. It's a very cool book, which is called Alexander Dux, Belgrade, the Eternal City. Now, it's pretty darn cool. So those who are interested in the history in the Balkans, and those who are interested particularly in Belgrade and the various things that went on there, this is a very cool book. It is a little known that much of the political trouble in Belgrade and Serbia at the beginning of the 20th century was contributed to by the disappearance and murder of Serbian Patriarch Lucian Bogdanovic. This tale is entirely overlooked by Serbian historiography. Much was written about the Patriarch both during and after his life. It is known with certainty that he was an emotional man, rather young to have occupied the highest spiritual role in the Serbian church. And as such, in all probability, entirely unfit for politics, a skill that is always desirable in church circles. The last patriarch of the Metropolitanate of Karlovac, Lucian Bogdanovic, was not especially favoured by the Serbian people. The point highlighted by the fact that he had been chosen this function after several invalidated votes, and almost certainly through the influence of Hungarian political circles. Namely, at the time Lucian ascended to the throne, Serbian church autonomy was abolished in Hungary. It is possible that the Hungarian political elite had sought a less able figure to head the Orthodox Church in order to more easily carry out the abolishment of church autonomy. The Patriarch naturally felt responsible, but also unable to help his people. It was most likely that because of this burden, his psychological difficulties and battles began, which became more severe with time. Unhappy and unable to withstand such a spiritual trial, he fell into a dark depression and sought a cure in solitude. The story gets its epilogue in 1913 when Lucian departed for the spa of Carlsbad, today's Karlov Vary, a fashionable place where rulers, nobility, and the wealthy had always sought respite. Here the Petrarch made an unexpectedly short stop before abruptly setting off for the Gastein along the Ark River, which to this day remains a popular mountainous resort. The manager at the Hotel Welsma later testified that the Patriarch was crushed by a serious indisposition and loss of heart, and that he asked if he wanted the services of a doctor. His Excellency Lucian, avoiding people, conversation, and food, often went on mountain walks entirely alone. On the occasion of his last, he went missing. In Belgrade's Politica at this time, we find that the press relay news of the disappearance of the Patriarch Bogdanovic, but not on the front page of that daily publication, as might be expected. This begs the legitimate question. What were the motives behind this editorial decision, particularly if it is taken into consideration that the Hungarian press, even before the results of the official inquest, had reported confirmation that Patriarch Lucian Bogdanovic had fallen victim to a Slavs conspiracy? The local newspapers offered various scenarios, possibly also on orders. They composed tenuous journalistic assumptions that the Patriarch had descended from a rock into an overflowing stream, and that before the crossing of the Ark River a rotten wood log broke, so Lucian reportedly fell into the icy water and drowned. It is logical to ask, why was the Patriarch immediately on his disappearance taken to be dead? Was the Hungarian press actually preparing the public for the shocking news that was to come? The naked body of the unfortunate Patriarch was indeed found in the Ark River a full month later. was difficult to identify because the head had been cut off. The Serbian and Hungarian elite competed in mutual accusations, and the Serbian press, with all its might, lashed out at the Hungarian Prime Minister István Tisza. This man did have a hand in all the important events of the period, so it was believed that it must have been he who endorsed the murder of the dignitary. Count Ziza, after a turbulent political life himself, was victim of assassination 15 years later. To this day, there remains the unanswered questions. Why was the patriarch killed? Where is the victim's head? Who was the perpetrators? How was it possible for the first among Serbian Cossacks to have come to such an end? How is it possible that even today so few people know and speak of this crime, and above all, why was the murder never explained? It's an interesting book. It gives you another light into the area and period, and really does provide some interesting ideas for World War One and what might have been the cause, and what was going on in this period. Cool book. Captain Nolan. Precisely. The initial American strike in Midway was perhaps close to a charge of light brigades around, perhaps, yes. Ken Raglan gave the order to Airy, who wrote it down and gave it to Nolan, who mislays the order to Lucian and Cardigan. Yeah. Also, the Ethiopian dam that blocks the Nile just started producing power. Egypt's threatened war over that dam. Yeah, it's fun times. The water wars are something which are possibly coming in our future. Either that, or someone's going to start working out a very reasonably and cheap way to start doing desalination, which there is reasonable and cheap ways to do. And honestly, if we had proper hookups with parts of the islands in the UK where you have very cheap and able to produce a lot of renewable energy, you could probably use some of that energy to do desalination and have fresh water produced. That's right. I read up on the Against All Odds hood that is in 4C, and in June 1942 has a refit hood in a rear guard fighting Yamato and suffers serious damage but survives. How daft nonsense is that by her herself, I might add. I'm trying to think. You see, this is the interesting thing. If Hood is fighting Yamato, Hood is a battle cruiser against a fast battleship that has 18-inch guns. Hood, even modernized, is still a battle cruiser against a fast ship with 18-inch guns. Is Captain Dalrymple Hamilton in charge by any chance? Because possibly he's dancing the ship around enough to get it. If they've got radar controlled gunnery, and there are scenarios where it could, in a night fight perhaps, but I really wouldn't prefer to be. If I was going up against Yamato, the only ships I would be comfortable going up against it would be a Lion class, an Iowa class, or has anyone got a Nelson or a Rodney? Nelrods, yeah, I'd take one of them. They can't outrun the thing, but if I've got the pair of them together, I can smatter the thing. Basically, a case of Nelson, Rodney, divide, a conquer. Sorry, what energy efficient methods of desalination non-existent? Well, there aren't really energy efficient methods, as I said. They all require a lot of energy. But if you have places where you have a lot of renewable energy, i.e., let's say the Orkneys, etc., where you have a lot of wind power and a lot of solar power, an awful lot of wind power, solar power, and etc., you could use the spare energy when you've got spare, you're producing more than you need to run desalination and produce fresh water. Like you use it currently to produce hydrogen for fueling a ferry and possibly setting up a Tesla battery system up there. Possibly. The only thing about the Child Light Brigade is that despite the legend research on the army list from the time showed a large majority survive, it's just the name is yeah. Kevin, do you ever plan to go to the Falklands just to say you've been there? I've often looked at the idea of going to the Falklands and even applied for funding on occasion. I would love to go to the Falkland Islands to see where Mike Clapp's described, etc. But at the moment, it's not the highest point on my priority list, despite this year being the 40th anniversary of that. It should be, but my highest priority for the 40th anniversary is to meet up with my friends who are Falklands veterans in the UK. My highest priority this year is Canada, and my next priority for visits after that is Australia, to see HMAS Vampire. And spare renewable energy. Well, the trouble is, sometimes you actually. This is going to sound strange. Renewable energy, you have a difficulty in storage, and sometimes you produce more capacity than you need when you've got higher wind speeds, etc., and you are producing more than you actually need. If you are connected up to national grid, you can often find places to store it and places to send it. That's fine. But what you can also do, and sometimes do consider doing, is you can use it to power other things, i.e., produce hydrogen fuel with cracking, and you can use it to produce desalinized water. Doug, who's the most nutty admiral or Air Force Horse commander we've had in the RN? Spicer Simpson comes to mind. I can imagine that he would say if he was on an Elrod fighting Yamato. Oh god, the trouble is when you are, it's like asking who the nuttiest Royal Navy admiral is like asking what is the nuttiest nut in a pile of walnuts, peanuts, and pecans. They're all nuts, but it's working out which one is the nuttiest nut. So, I heard in the last few days half British households either lost or gained a trampoline. We didn't gain one, we didn't lose one. So we're in the other half. But it's been fun. Hi, Anuk. Or you build a large hill with an artificial lake that acts as a power reserve for a hydro generator. You can do all sorts of things. You can. There are all sorts of power storage items. They do actually pump water uphill and then let it out at peak times as well. Peanuts are not technically nuts. Okay, sometimes Melanie is going to short circuit if you don't clear this up for her. Okay. Okay, given what I know of desalinization, my brain went, sorry, but what those that just said? Confirm and request more information. Okay. So. We have methods of desalinization, but they use an incredibly large amount of energy for the amount of water they produce in efficiency terms. And the point is, especially if you want to do it on large scale, and from salt water to, if you're sort of about supplying a national supply grid and a national need, and you want to supply it at the pressures you need to maintain good water flow, which is why we tend to go with boreholes and things like that these days. So, if you want to do that, you can. But it's energy intensive. So this is why it's a good sense to use it in a space where you have a large amount of renewables. And when you're producing too much solar power or too much wind power, which believe it or not you can for the grid to sustain, use the spare energy, the energy which would otherwise be you'd have to shut down the turbines or something. You bleed that off and you go, we will turn on the desalinization plant, we will turn on this. And you can, to an extent, predict it with good weather forecasting when it's going to happen. And you can produce these things, and you can supplement the local stores, and you can top up reservoirs, etc. CRA Outdoors. Hello. Hi, Alex. I found your your channel in the last few weeks, and I'm finding naval history fascinating. Can you recommend any websites for good overviews of naval history and battleships? Cheers. I have to recommend Armored Carriers, of course, because although that's not battleships, but that's great naval history there, and there is a lot of discussion of battleships involved in it. Global Maritime History is pretty good, and I think Matt Warwick is setting up a site, although he's done some stuff on Global Maritime History, which is pretty good. Then there's navalhistory.net, which is also very good. Navalhistory.net is really, really good. That's a really premier site. Oh, that helps. Sonically, did the fluffy research assistants take flight? No. They have been fluffing though today. They go, no, I haven't heard what Patton heard. Chris Patton, who's the last British governor of Hong Kong, heard from a mental asylum inmate. Cameron, you could get a research grant to study HMS Endurance, then you could fly to the South Pole via the Falklands. Tempting. Oh no, I was only sharing what my brain was thinking upon first thing. Things got cleared up with the first reply. Sorry for something. No worries. Happy to help. Clarke's pump storage hydro plant in Germany, with a great slice of the Alps in their territory, store and feed roughly as much gigawatt hours as a 2 gigawatt nuclear power plant yearly. Your reaction to my previous question seems to be one of disbelief. Just how ridiculous do you find it? The idea of HMS Hood holding off Yamato? As said, Nelrod, yeah, the terrible twins, they could do it. Okay? Nelson and Rodney could do it. If you combine Nelson, Rodney, Renown, and Repulse together as a terrible foursome, they could probably do it and hold off Yamato. Hood on her own? No, that's T-Boo. That's giant T-Boo. If you're in a hot and sunny area, Spain, Morocco, build large greenhouses with saltwater pools. Water evaporates, gets condensed, and captured above, salt and brine left. Repeat as needed. Yes, you can if you're in Spain and Morocco, although it doesn't tend to produce it at the rate you need it. It's how much pressure, how much water you need to produce to keep up water pressure. It's a lot. It's a lot when you're talking about a population size of even of the Orkneys. Don't switch to crews, captains, admirals, chief from the Royal Navy USN Act with the IJN, ITA, KM, and the vice versa, but not the ships. How long does World War II go on for because of the difference in leadership tactics? Oh, if the Japanese... Depends. Are the Japanese now the Japanese officers now the Americans? Because in which case they're going to win the war just as quickly, possibly slightly quicker, as the Americans would have done. Most of these things are down to infrastructure, and mostly that's the biggest limitation: infrastructure and construction. And there is no way of knowledge of getting past those limitations. You cannot overcome. You fight wars with what you have. You fight battles with what you have available. So what you have what you have on your lists is what you fight a war with, not what you've planned, not what you've conceived, not what you've dreamed of, not what you've got on paper. What you actually have sitting at sea or in the docks, actually in water, is what you fight a war with. What you fight battles with is what you have at sea in that place at that time. So that's the reality of what dictates the length of conflicts most often. It's like the Royal Navy. If they realised war was going to start in 1939 rather than 1942, which they're planning on, the odds are they would have ordered sloops or a version of sloop or corvette probably to start being mass produced from about 1936. Because they could build as many of those as they wanted. And again, they'd have probably ramped up carrier production. They'd have ramped up capital ship production based on 1939 deadline rather than the 1942 deadline. They thought 1942 to 1944 was going to be the decisive period of highest threat. Because that's what they were operating under because of the 10-year rule, which had only really gone out in 1932 and only really actually been slightly relaxed in 1937. So that's what they're building to. They're wrong, but they're doing it all based on the information assumptions they've been allowed to make by Treasury and government. If, that's the reality of what you're dealing with. Nice again. What is a Tibu? It sounds funny. It's someone who's obsessed with the British Armed Forces and thinks they are uber alles, basically. They're the ones who go, Britain, uber alles. You sit there and go, no. Because, again, usually the rule I come up with, and I think I come up with, go, I'm evaluating ships and procurement and the personnel and decisions based against their own country's geostrategic needs. There is no reason for me to compare and contrast American and British ships based on, in terms of performance, and hold them all to some sort of universal standard. Or if I hold British and American ships to what the Americans need to do them, the American ships are always going to win. If I hold American and British ships to what the British need them to, the British ships are always going to win. Because the British ships are built for the British, the American ships are built for the Americans. And the American ships do very good jobs for the Americans, and the British ships do very good jobs for the British. And the real standard you have to hold them to is compare them to the standards of what they need and what they built, and how well do they perform compared to those, and then you say which is the better. You can say which is the better design, as in which was built for their needs best. And usually with British and American ships, you come out at roughly about equal because they are built to fit their own needs equally well. When you see a disparity of things, it's usually when you're talking about other navies. Dr. Langerham, how do you think the Baltic fleets are going to fare against the Russian Baltic fleet if it comes to a scrap? Ouch. But there again, most of the Russian Baltic fleet isn't in the Baltic anymore. Yeah, there's a pump storage hydro scheme in the valley where I live. Amazing piece of engineering and a major tourist place. Been there several times. Quite fascinating. Yep. Different one. British for taboo, I think. No, it's basically taboo is the British version of a German of someone who's a wereboo, i.e. the Germans are brilliant or everything. And a perfect retort to taboos is Singapore. Oh, they always find a reason for that one. To be fair, my view, my reasoning for Singapore is it shouldn't fricking happen if anyone's actually following any sensible military doctrine. That's why what Germany tried to do when they built a ton of windmills up north. They failed to build power lines to transport the energy to South Germany. They used Polish infrastructure for it to do it. Puts a serious strain on our power system. Ouch. Not much iron brew left. Actually, clearly, whoever wrote the event in AO clearly think Hood versus Yamamoto sounded cool. It does sound cool, but again, it's a case of if you had a hunting group of a modernized Hood, modernized Renown, modernized Repulse, and Nelson and Rodney, all modernized, and for some reason Nelson and Rodney have, I don't know, were built with 3 shafts rather than 2 and got their power so they could do 28 knots. That group would be able to take out Yamamoto and possibly anything else. But to be honest, if you've got 28 knot Nel rods, you don't need the other 3 along. This is the point I try and make repeatedly when we are talking about these ships. What are the battle cruisers for? What is their secondary gun tell you about them? What they're for? They're built with a 4-inch secondary or a 5-inch secondary. That is a gun which is designed for dealing with far smaller vessels. 6-inch secondary, that's designed for dealing with bigger vessels. What are they for? The Hood and Renown and Repulse would not be for going and finding Yamamoto. They would be out on their own hunting down Japanese trade. Imagine Hood, what she would. She wouldn't be with 4C sitting on her own there. No, if you had Hood in that region, Hood would be going up around the Japanese to try and dodge in and attack their trade. Imagine what would happen if Hood fell into any of their convoys and merchant ships. There wouldn't be a single thing left afloat. She wouldn't be close to shore in the South China Sea. She'd be hitting the shipping lanes hard. Same as any town class cruiser would have been if it deployed out there at that time. Because that's their job. Take out the trade, take out the economy, destroy the Japanese that way. The battleships are for fighting Yamamoto, and in the nicest way, that should have been Nelrods. In other news, the Queen has COVID. Hopefully she survives. The Queen has tested positive for COVID. She has been fully vaccinated, and I'm sure she'll be fine. Jeffrey Bum, I live near one of the wartime only shipyards for producing light warships. Cool. Ghost what are the top naval historiographical bilateral competitions? That is British, Dutch, Green, British, honestly, the British versus Dutch was cool. Korean Japanese is a bit strange. It goes weird. It depends who the Koreans have got in charge. And by saying in charge, I mean which admiral they've got in charge, not which person is sitting on the throne. And as for the Venetians and Ottomans, that is a tale for the ages. But honestly, it's the Habsburgs versus the Ottomans more than the Venetians. We could do a war game at some point, but I would need to set up a different space for it. Perhaps I can make my sister's office next door because she's not using it that much. Because that's got large, flat, open tables, whereas mine is bookshelves and all space, and I have got the railway space currently clear of books. Hers is all nice, white, flat, open tables. So possibly, if I'm going to do that, it'd probably be better to do it in her office. So, Glenn, what would you do commanding Grass Bay? There's not many options I can do. Think about that. If I'm surrounded at the Battle of River Plate, I've got 3 ships, so I could go to full speed straight away to try and bug out. So not even think they're cruisers and destroyers, just a cruiser and destroyers. Think they're just treat them as if don't care what they are. I'm just trying to get away from them. But they can outpace me, so I can't get away from them that easily. Therefore, I probably end up Montevideo. If I go further up the river to Argentina, Buenos Aires, yeah, I probably get more support than I do in Montevideo. But am I any more likely to get out of the River Plate? Nope. There's not much you can do once you're caught as a surface raider, especially not once you're caught by that sort of hunter group. Renown, Ark Royal are charging down at you. You have hours to get out. Honestly, Renown would have been in strike. Ark Royal would have been in strike range, not very long after the Grass Bay sinks herself. In which case, she'd have had skewer dive bombers and swordfish torpedo bombers coming in to take her out. And the British would have gone afterwards. The British would have gone, "Oh, we do apologise, Uruguay. We are so sorry for violating your neutrality." But if you consider what the British would do in Norway, what they did everywhere else in the world, they had no qualms about violating neutrality when they needed to. It's what the big power does. There are, to an extent, big powers which decide they're going to invade other countries. That the British actually do that with Iceland. Let's be honest. They're not, the British. How do I put this politely? The British are the good people compared to the Nazis, but not everyone comes away to say, and most people agree with that, and compared to World War II. But there are some very strange things done. There are also some impacts, like the famine in India, which are completely because of the way the infrastructure. That's the thing. The infrastructure design in India is wrong, and it's entirely dependent on maritime trade moving stuff around, which makes sense for British and the maritime empire and all this thing. But it's got no basis of what happens if there's a war. And honestly, you would expect, with the idea of there possibly being a major war and a war against the Japanese coming up, you would expect someone to go, you know what, we need to really build a railway line that way. Because if you'd had that railway line, you could have made it a lot easier and a lot safer to move the stuff, and you probably would have avoided the famine in India. And there is a lot of blame put onto various people about it, and it's nothing but a logistics issue. Logistics and infrastructure. And if anyone's responsible for that, I'm afraid it's the people in charge in India, who are British. It's on them, not the people back in London, because the people back in London are too busy fighting a global war to actually take notice of the infrastructure issues until it's too late. They presume the local command team will know what's going on and will deal with it. That's what they're supposed to be there for. That's why you have them. At Merchants, the illustrious and implacable Castle of War are still built in the serve, but they are of the audacious class design, and you still get the 4 mortars post-war. Woohoo! What does that mean for the RM post-war, assuming everything else remains the same? We have mortars going for a long time. Mortars cute. Mortars come in. If the mortars come in post-war, we have them going for a long time. Probably illustrious and implacable if their audacious design served through the war very nicely. Thank you. And then post-war, the ones of those which are most viable be kept along with the mortars, and then probably slowly they will be sold off and scrapped or something, and the mortars will remain. And we'll probably end up with a task group built around the mortars. Maybe we end up with a 5 carrier policy, in which case one of them will the youngest and best of the audacious style design ones will stay in service and then get replaced by a CVA-01 like ship or equivalent mortar-sized one. But mortars will probably have midway start conversions to large angled flight decks. Kevin, if Japan does not declare war, is the Italian Navy effectively neutral to 4Cs that are deployed to the Med? If Japan does not declare war, the Italian Navy is still the biggest threat in the Axis side. So it's still going under forces, in which case, in a nice way, 4C will not be deployed to the Med. If they're deployed to the... If 4C is still deployed, that's because there's a threat of war with Japan. So you probably see ships forming up in the Far East. There's probably a carrier moves out there, etc. But they are playing a deterrent role. What you more don't see is you don't see the huge Eastern fleet have to be drawn from the Mediterranean and the home fleet, so they would probably get involved. And you probably don't see the operations to seize Madagascar, etc. as early. Okay, yeah, there's all sorts of irony there. Now, you were saying at the moment of time that Hood would be a commerce raider in the East in December 41. Would she have grouped with some towns and tribals, or does she go solo? Probably solo, and towns, possibly. Tribals, no. Tribals wouldn't be used for commerce raiding. They're not long-distance, long-range ships to that one. That's not their style of commerce warfare. Commerce warfare in the Mediterranean, that's a tribal class destroyer. Commerce warfare in the Far East, that's towns and Hood. Kevin, did you ever watch Robot Wars or Scrap Heap Challenge, and what do you think of those shows? I love them. I always wanted to put a school entry into Robot Wars. We kept trying to put them together. We could never do them. Seneca, what would an Aegis Sail 0 rate look like? Pick the largest of the first rates. And that's your 0 rate. So some of the Spanish ships probably get that. Ozowski, good you mentioned the secondaries. Almost forgot a question about you after UAD videos. Is the 5-inch kind of sweet pot for a dual-purpose secondary, both for anti-DD and anti-cruiser and AA? Not really for anti-cruiser, but definitely for anti-destroyer and anti-aircraft. 4.5 inch to 5.5 inch is pretty much the sweet spot for that. 6 inches once you're looking at something like a cruiser, you're looking at 6 inch. Anak, why Montevideo, not Buenos Aires in the first place? Her engines were packing up. One of the things that's often forgotten about the Graf Spee is the British had managed to hold the desalinization plant, so she had no fresh water for engines. So her engines were running out of water, which was problematic. Nice one. If you ridiculous form from against all odds, well, HMS Rodney gets sunk by Scharnhorst and Littorio, gets sunk by a French battleship Provence and Paris. Rodney gets sunk by Scharnhorst. Rodney, by Scharnhorst. What did Scharnhorst do? Ram her? There is a reason. Look, Scharnhorst and Eisenhower running away from Renown. That is on Hitler. Eisenhower running away from Rodney is because Rodney has 16-inch guns and freaking thick armor. And getting into firing range and fighting range with Rodney is not a good mission plan for Eisenhower or Scharnhorst to survive. They have 11-inch guns. If they'd been fitted with 15-inch guns, they still don't have the armor for it. But they have more of a chance. But no. So anyway, I've heard the invasion of Iceland went less like occupation, more like station there. It was more, hello, we're the British. Would you like a cup of tea? The Iceland doesn't have standing armed forces. And basically the British turned up and went, I'm sorry, we love you, but we've just seen what's happened to the Germans have just done to Norway, and we don't trust they won't turn up here, because you have nothing, and they could turn up here with anything and could get you. And now with the coast of Norway, they can actually get some ships out into the North Atlantic. So, thank you. Yeah, we can't afford this. Something look like, if you could have done it, would you have 1 or 2 or 3 main lines north to south, or would it be a trident connecting at the bottom of India? Probably 3 main lines, at least north to south, and 3 main lines east and west. So I can do that. That would be what I would have done. But I'm an infrastructure obsessive. And unfortunately, there hadn't been an infrastructure obsessive in charge of India since Wellesley, Duke of Wellington's brother. He was obsessed with infrastructure as well. Darashowski, that would have been problematic for the British, because the moment we fired a Trident ICBM, it would have caused all sorts of problems. Trident ICBMs are for deterring other people who are nuclear powers. The moment a nuclear power uses ICBMs on non-nuclear powers, they tend to get all the rest of the world being very, very problematic for them. Have you read all those behind it? Yes. There isn't a book in here I haven't read. Cover to cover at least twice. Actually, no. I tell a lie. I've only read this 1.5 times, but I've only had it since Valentine's Day. Because me and my friend met up and exchanged Christmas presents on Valentine's Day. So, yeah. Last mortal question. You're able to build 5 ships. What do you call a lot of 5th ship? Falklands? Considering the other names, probably Falklands would be quite good. Falklands. Or I might be naughty and call it the Princess Elizabeth. Name it for the current queen, but you know, of course, she's the or the Princess Royal. I'd call it the Princess Royal. Come on, you've got to, and that would have been a darling move. So anyway, what was the Icelandic reaction to the British turning up? They weren't exactly happy about it. They filed several formal protests. Anak, didn't know about these salaries. Couldn't they use a condensation of hot exhaust? Not really. They remember they have diesel engines. Well, no. Luckily they have since Gandhi and various other things. They have had some very good infrastructure people, and honestly, so, some of the Indian governments have been very hot on infrastructure, and they have to be because Indian infrastructure needs to be upgraded. Current government is interesting in its approach. It either is involved, it's obsessed with massive schemes, and it keeps forgetting the little stuff. But that's kind of like most democratic governments; they tend to be obsessed with the massive schemes and forget the little bits. It's like we keep talking. People keep complaining about high speed rail 2 in the UK, and I go, well, yeah, but you go, right then, we need to modernise these other railway lines. Well, we do. But to modernise them, we need to actually have the spare rail capacity to shut them down. Because at the moment, if we shut either one of them down, we get the entire rail network mucked up in a matter of hours. So you're basically building high speed rail 2, HS2, so you can have a workaround to shut down the other main lines. That is what we're building it for. Honestly, what it's being constructed for. Because the central main line was shut down several years ago and it doesn't exist anymore. Third pile from the left. Eighth book down. Oh, good lord. Third pile from the left. That'd be this pile roughly. Eighth book down. I know you're joking, but free. That's the Battle Cruiser New Zealand by Matthew Wright. That's a really cool book. If you're interested in HMS New Zealand and what she gets up to in World War II, World War One, and all the stuff she does, that book is really good. Matthew Wright does a really, really excellent thing on that one. Honestly, I can't recommend that one more enough. It's got all the stories, it's got all the myths, and it's all got all the reality of it. It's got really cool pictures in as well. I've done some reviews on that one. So I thought, dude, you had me worried there for a moment, Doctor. Thank you. So, I have been going for nearly 4 hours. So we're going to finish this at 10 o'clock tonight. So thank you very much, everyone who's been watching. Again, I'm going to mention the PayPal because I'm, of course, raising money for my trip to Canada, which is kind of cool. I'm going to see if Drac wants to put up a PayPal as well for it because I think it'd be quite cool if he did. Considering the amount of money he's spending out this year going around the world for doing naval history stuff, he probably needs to. Good lord. Thank you. Seriously, there've been more donations coming. That's just thank you. And thank you very much. Yeah. That's a lot of money already, and I didn't think I'd get anything really. Thank you. Right. So yeah, it's hopefully gonna be good. It's hopefully gonna be fun. And as said, when we're in Canada, we're gonna post the dates. I've already told Stafford. I'm hoping Dan Freeman's going to be able to come along as well as me and Drac. So Dan said he might. We'll post the dates, and if anybody wants to come meet up, and as I said, I'm hoping McMaster University, etc., or the Hyder or something, I'll be able to organise a public talk if they would like me to. If they don't, I will try and find a place to organise a public talk about it because I'd like to do a talk about it. They're all very, very nice people so far. The people in Hyder have been wonderful. I've been chatting away with them for ages. And Master have been slightly more interesting, but they're nice people as well. So we'll cross fingers. It'll be fun. Your reaction to hearing Rodney getting taken out by Sharnos and from reading Sharnos' page was with her 11-inch guns. What happened? Did Rodney not have any 16? What had Rodney run out of shells? Did Rodney no longer have any 16-inch shells left? I mean, had all her guns seized? What kind of fate of God had meant that she could no longer fire her weapons? And even then, at what range does Sharnos get to? No, sorry, does Drac have a channel set up? We are booking the train tickets. We're booking the plane tickets this week, and then we're going to be sorting out hotels, etc. So yeah, he's going to set up a schedule, I think. Douglas, the captain of New Zealand had to wear a skirt in battle. He wore a special Maori clothing. Yes, he did have to, and that kept her safe. Sorry, I was watching a video where you said they possibly pay for it. They have very kindly, they have granted me some money. They haven't been able to grant me the full amount, but they've been able to grant me quite a lot of my money, and they're helping me with the arrangements and things. So they're quite good, but they're giving me some money, and I'm basically putting everything together. National Productions. When the Soviet Union collapsed, a good chunk of their equipment was fairly new. Not all of it, not even most. If their newest kit in '91 was of '70s vintage, would their rebuild of the armed force in 2010 have been unaffordable and feasible? Even today, starting a good chunk of their Navy is 1980s. It would have been more difficult. They did get rid of their older kit. Yes, it's happening in June this year, so. I think I've taken out Nelson in World of Warships with my Scharnhorst. I think I posted a video. How? What have World of Warships done to Nelson? If that's happened, I haven't used Nelson, but honestly, Nelson and Rodney are pretty much built to be. There are 15-inch guns can make a scrapping against Nelson and Rodney. 16-inch, 18-inch guns have a chance. 11-inch guns, they have to get very close. Yes, I will get to go on HMCS hideout. Safford, thank you. Yes, I know. Asaski, the crew of Rodney was so boozed with tea they didn't know Jean was thinking firing bull bronze like it was then. Pretty much. Seriously, yeah, it will be. It'll be fun. Me and Drac are working it all out, so it's gonna be fun times. Torpedoes, that could work. Honestly, if you watch my Tiger video that's going to come out on Wednesday, you're going to hear me being upset about torpedoes quite a lot. And the video on Friday as well, torpedoes a lot. That's right. Yeah, they are. Let's put it this way. They were hoping to cover it in full, but I think they decided to. They're covering it as much as they can, and honestly, I'm an academic. I was surprised to get the offer in the first place, and I'm very happy with whatever they got. No, it's not June 22nd. It's going to be in the first couple of weeks of June. It's going to be. Well, the dates I'm thinking about at the moment are, and I can say this quite happily because I'm organising it. It's going to be probably flying out on the 3rd. And then coming back on the 12th, I think, at the moment. Because I'm working out as Saturday, Sunday, Monday with Haida. Move to Halifax on the Tuesday. Wednesday with Sackville. Thursday, Friday in the Canadian National Archives. Saturday back to Hamilton to say goodbye to Haida, and then 12th fly home, and it'll be flying in and flying out to Toronto. That's what I'm currently working on, I think. And there's also going to be a visit to Niagara as well at some point. Thank you, Jack Ray. That's very kind of you to say I'll make the roll. And thank you. I get occasional emails pinging me out going, hello. I can't remember. If Naval History is religion on the bridge of Haida, I will just be standing there going, I'm on Haida. G-Down, about bleeping time. Chat charges too much. Neither joining nor Patreon offer workable ways for one-off contributions. I put a lot of money from British Riders through PayPal. Got more from British writers through PayPal. Yeah, I have never set up a fundraiser before because I've always been worried about it. And I've difficulty of setting it up, but it's setting up and it's working now, so that's okay. And there's also got to be sort of some time for other things as well going on. Oh, I can meet you for lunch when you're at National Archives. That's only 3 blocks from my office. Yep. That'll be lovely. I'm planning on spending 2 days there. 1 day going around Sackville, 2 days going around the National Archives. I'm planning on spending at least 2 days, possibly 3, with Haida. They've got a little bit of an archive near there, but I'm both. I think we're going to spend. Drax probably going to spend most of his time going, Alex, you need to leave Haida and actually eat. Come. Oh. I know. Dan Freeman, I think, we'll be sort of discussing when we sort out finalise the dates, but I think you will I think Drac might be going on somewhere else. I've only got limited amount of money, and it's going to be a case of I'm putting in, as I said, roughly a third, and third is what it's going to be. So that's my budget, including books and all those things. And I also don't want to leave. It's going to sound strange, my mum and sister alone for too long with the dogs when I'm the other side of the world, the other side of the Atlantic. I prefer to sort of come and make sure they're okay. So probably that. But there again, if I won the lottery, yes. If I won the lottery, I'd be going for a far longer trip. My turn. As I missed the first 15 minutes, I'll try to go find the hilarious moments when Dr. Clarke is left speechless. Those happen occasionally. That's what that doesn't do. That's seen however. Yes. The more question is, and this is my mum's serious question. My mum's point. The thing was because we're of course flying into Toronto, flying out from Toronto to come back. The plan because it's far cheaper to fly in and fly out from the same airport in international flights. And it's a case of she went, yeah, you're going to have to make sure structure that so you get some more time with Haida because otherwise you're going to be kicking yourself all the way back. And her second point was, so you have to promise me you are not going to decide that you're going to camp on Haida and never leave her. You have to actually return home, for a bit at least. Interesting. I struggle to make a plan that far in advance. Even when on holiday, I rarely go anywhere and normally put in a few hours on that big company. So I am a historian. I work wherever I go. I take a laptop, I can write. I'm already looking for. Other people look at a 7 hour flight and go, "Oh, that's going to be so hard." I'm looking at a 7 hour flight going, "I can get a lot of writing done on that trip. There is going to be an entire chapter of the book finished off by the time I get home." The entire chapter is going to be done. Flight there and flight back. Yeah. Well, currently I'm Sam's girlfriend, so yeah, don't have to worry about that one at the moment. Good 85. Are you taking an engagement ring to give to Hyde as well? No, but I am considering taking a present and see if they'll allow me to leave, something on her. I was gonna see if I could get Anthony to give me a blown up poster of the cover of the book and see if they'd like one of that. A far side of the world. Fun times. Well, that's what Mum feels like it's going to be. But I think more Iron Brew needed if Against All Odds comes up in the chat in future. A lot more Iron Brew. Right, it will be. It will go well. And again, as I said, we will put up the things and we will try and do a public talk. And if I do that, that'll be open to everyone. And also try and arrange dinner if people would like to join us for a dinner while we're there. I know my plan. It will be to ask if anyone knows any good barbecue place in Hamilton because I am. Whenever I have been to the North American continent, I have been on a one-man hunt to hunt down decent good barbecue because I love all the varieties of barbecue you have all over the North American continent. It's wonderful, and I love good barbecue. It's not good for me, my waistline, but it's good. I love good barbecue. Interesting. I will email the National Archives well ahead of my visit. Once I've got the date scheduled in, they will be email. One of the first major emails I'll go through is trying to book everything else in advance. Probably try and book that all up in April. It came to my attention today that China built a new submarine, first seen this month. Looks like a scaled down astute with a Barracuda conning tower. Know about it? I am looking into it for Bill Trumps, but it's not going to be this week's Bill Trumps. First archive I spent a few weeks in was Seattle and Sandpoint Federal Records Center. Steve and myself in the Pungent Sound Naval Shipyard Dockyard back in '80. Ooh, fun times. Life happens, stuff. Life happens, sadly. But you live and you learn. Do you think in Hamilton, best restaurants will be on Lock Street? Probably. That's where I did my. They were when I did my MA there. Oh, I've looked there. Well, we are going to have, and this is something else, a Dodge Charger to drive around in. Oh, that's mine and Drax. That's mine and Drax treat to ourselves on the trip. It's we've got a Dodge Charger to drive in. Yay! Mm-hmm. No, seriously, as a joke, let's start a GoFundMe and get the Duck a life-size Azur Lane statue of Hyder with full rigging. Oh, good lord. That could be quite cool. Ian's running. Holidays are good for my waistline. I'm usually far too busy lolling at the cool stuff I'm going to see to be bothered with stuff like eating. Yeah, they're usually pretty good for me as well on that one, but I do tend to find good restaurants enjoy. I'm the person who forgets to eat all day, finds a really nice restaurant at night, and pigs out. I do that in archives all the time as well. I forget. I am terrible at remembering to eat when I'm in an archive, unless I actually have it booked in. Yeah. I'm not sure if I asked this age ago. How likely is it that if the Tosser class, if they'd somehow been kept modernized, they would have lost their amidships 16.1-inch stage turrets to make space mods? Yes. Pointless. Village pumps. The Amagosha range is correct. FY, on her first deployment, circumnavigated planet, just a tug, a replenishment ship, and a medium tanker. I wonder how many of her future sisters could have been escorted with these three vessels too. They would have probably needed the same vessels each. You see, rental car places may substitute the Mustang or Camaro for that Charger. You're the thing Santa Cruz of the 300. No, it's got to be a Charger, or they've got to give me a giant pickup truck. If they don't give me a big pickup or a Charger, I will not be. I will be sitting there until they do. And I Shannon, how Dr. Clarke, I'm curious if you've ever been to the Naval Academy in Annapolis. No, I've never actually visited Annapolis. I have got lots of friends who teach there, and I have chatted in the past occasionally about visiting and giving a lecture, but it's never come to anything. Sometimes the clock, yeah, yes, we might be seeing $2 liter for an octane fuel this summer, so you might want the V6, not the 5.7 V8. Stafford, don't take this the wrong way, but I live in the UK. It's a from memory conversion rates, roughly we are somewhere in the $3 to $4 per liter category. And that's before you get anything special. And my car likes the high octane stuff. It's a Subaru, of course. It likes the high octane stuff, so that's usually in about the $4 to $5 category. If I'm doing the conversion right in my head. Canadian fuel, UK fuel is $2.60 a litre now. Yeah. It's the high octane stuff is far higher though. Cute times. Right then, I'm going to say thank you to everyone for being here. I'm going to go get some food because I haven't eaten all day. And I'm going to say thank you everyone for supporting me. Thank you everyone for the kind comments, the chats, and thank you for watching the videos. Thank you to people who subscribe. Thank you to people who are patrons. Remember, patrons to me are doubly important. Not only do you sort of support me financially, but you give me great topics ideas and brilliant ideas and suggestions for topics. This month, we've got, of course, free. So on Thursday, we have another patron, and then on Sunday, we have another patron because we had a winner and we had a joint second place. Life happens. So we have 3 patrons videos this month, and so we don't have Bruships next. Bruships as we normally do next Sunday. We have a patron video. Thank you. That's all great. Thank you, people who subscribe to the channel, because every time I get enough subscribers, I get to add more of those cute little emojis and badges and things, and come with all those. So the more subscribers, the better on that front. And thank you to everyone who's supporting on PayPal and who's following the link down below to the PayPal link on that I've posted on the community page for the trip to Canada, because that's really kind of you. And thank you to people who just watch the videos and just comment and just chat and just share them. All those things, that's really, really wonderful. As I said, my long-term plans for this channel are to keep it going ad infinitum. As far as I'm concerned, I am, barring suddenly finding myself, I don't know, going from being this to being, I don't know, parent of 6 kids because, well, no, theoretically, if then I'm, because I'm the godfather and the cousin, and if those all the godmothers are related. And if I suddenly by accident found myself parent of 12 children, that's about the only time at which I would probably consider not doing the channel. At which point I probably would still do the channel for my mental health. Because I love them dearly, but being their sole parent would be not fun. I would look after them and I would do it because it is my way, and they would be lovely kids, but no. So basically, as far as I'm concerned, this is going on forever. I suppose I could use them as the children research assistants. Kinder research assistants, yes. The KC. I'm going to have the floppy researchers, the FRAs and the KRAs. That could be fun. Anyway, leaving that to one side. And all that thought stuff. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for everything. As I said, I'm going to keep it going. And infinitum. Hopefully I'll make 10,000 subscribers soon, because that'd be useful from the fact of both the logarithm perspective and, more importantly, from the difference in the change in the amount of money you get from adverts. Because I think at the moment I'm on the lowest rate for advert pay, because you're below 10,000. It's just a case of yes. But all that just would enable me to buy more books, which might be why I do all this, to buy, so I can buy more books. Thank you very much, Aaron, and take care, and chat to you soon. Night 9640, Night Jack Ray, thank you, Night John Shea, Night, thank you. That's right, when you're over, get the highest octane for the charger. It will seriously have a lot more horsepower, of course. Take care, Declan95, thank you, M35 Benvitz, and John Shea, Bug Guy 8229, thank you, Abzowski, Janky Jack Ray, Yoli Sage, thank you, GC, thank you, DG40, thank you, Tennis Pelaka, thank you, Melanie1640, thank you, Calma Gusberg. The cameras, free beta for this, and the Rapid Cruisers sneaked into as well a few weeks later. Yes, the Rapid Cruisers have been snuck in because I thought they'd be quite cool. Thank you, Bill Bolton. Thank you, Enoch. Thank you, Stafford. Thank you, Dan, Stafford, and Sean for all the work you've done this evening. Amening, thank you, the Liga 30. Thank you, Calma Gasberg, Gross Healthy. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye. And that one.